sitting still.
Oh, okay. Will that interact with my phone badly if I put them on either side? Okay.
No, I don't.
Let me know.
We
Get
have feedback.
interference? Yeah.
Might be just
Okay.
I don't know.
Is there a red? Yeah, so it's, oh, it's that. Oh, it's green, okay.
It's mine. Yeah.
Et à midi, on a une réunion de travail, de bilan.
Mais on n'a pas la photo générale aussi en plus.
Nous, après, au déjeuner, on se met ensemble pour faire.
Ok, je voulais faire le point sur le. C'est ça, c'est ça, je voulais revoir. Bon, il faut qu'on commence, on était les 10 heures.
About what?
About refugees, you know, like
On a zéro.
care.
Hello everyone! I suggest we start our session. Anna will push everyone. But it's not because we're not interested, you'll see.
It's because it's 10 o'clock in the morning on Sunday.
Yeah. So, hello everyone. We'll start our today's first session with something we have finished on yesterday, actually, the war in Donbass. And throughout all the day, we will be talking about different dimensions of the war and its consequences. And our panel is focused on IDPs. This unprecedented wave of migration with 1.5 million, around 1.5 million of officially registered IDPs in Ukraine, and at least twice more according to local organizations, non-registered. If you count also non-registered, actually. And with IDPs, we have witnesses, we have seen an unprecedented wave also of solidarity, mobilization of solidarity, but at the same time, they are subject of disqualification, and sometimes they are denied rights also in Ukraine, and on the general discourse, they are very often constructed as a kind of suspicious group to control, to survey, to normalize. So we will address different questions in relation with IDPs with two presentations. Laura Dean will be the first one to present, and then Greta Yulin. 10 to 12 minutes each, please.
Can I have my PowerPoint? So first I wanted to say thanks so much for the opportunity to present my research, and also thanks for bringing up the IDP and actually allowing people to discuss this, because I think a lot of times in war we focus on the combatants, we focus on the governments, but we don't really focus on the people who are actually affected by the crisis. And so I'm very thankful to be able to hopefully give a little bit of voice to those people, because often in conflicts, those are the least recognized people, but the people that are mostly affected by the crisis. So the severe humanitarian crisis in Ukraine has left nearly 8,000 people dead, displaced 1.5 million officially, people on the ground estimate it to be about 4 or 5 million, and then uprooted another 1.4 million people that have actually left the country. One of the most significant consequences of the conflict is this humanitarian crisis and the emergence of internally displaced persons. So even though this panel is titled Refugees, we will be focusing on internally displaced persons, and I'll give you a definition of what the difference is between the two, because many people in Ukraine get very frustrated when you say refugees, because they are not refugees, they're internally displaced people. So my paper examines the Ukrainian IDP crisis and the Ukrainian government response to this type of internal forced migration. While most of the humanitarian crisis has been recognized that the international community has done it, I'm focusing a bit more on what the Ukrainian government has done and the type of response that they have to the crisis. So my two research questions are, what are the characteristics of internal forced migration in Ukraine? Because every type of forced migration is different, and so I wanted to look at the characteristics of the forced migration in Ukraine. And then I also wanted to know what has the Ukrainian government actually done to respond to the crisis. Because when I was in Ukraine this summer speaking with people, a lot of people had not very nice things to say about the government. And so I wanted to actually find out if the government was doing anything and what they were doing. And also in talking with people, I discovered, the international response to the crisis and also the local NGO response to the crisis. So I'll be looking at all three caveats. And then I'm also going to compare the Ukrainian government crisis to other governments that have also faced similar displaced people crises, because it puts the Ukrainian government, I think, in a better light than most people in Ukraine view it. So my methods. So in order to evaluate the humanitarian crisis, I spent July and August of 2015 in Ukraine conducting participant observation, interviews, and looking at newspaper articles. So these are a couple of the pictures from my fieldwork. I visited IDP collective centers, humanitarian crisis cluster group meetings, a number of press conferences, and then I did interviews with stakeholders and visited some archives as well. So this picture shows a press conference at the International Organization for Migration, which is one of the big international organizations that works with IDPs. And then this one on the left is the Gender-Based Violence Cluster Group meeting, and I'll explain what all of that is in a second. But I just wanted to show some of my photos. I'll tell you too. So most of these photos are mine, and if they're not, I'll make sure I recognize that they're not mine. So even though this panel is titled Refugees, we will be talking about internally displaced people. And so what's the difference? With migration research, it's really important to be able to define the communities that you're talking about, because there's a lot of political connotations, as we've seen with the refugee/migrant crisis in Europe. It's really important to define those. So according to the Ukrainian government law, which is the law on ensuring the rights and freedoms of displaced people, the Ukrainian government defines displaced people as such persons. The person has to be a citizen of Ukraine, permanently residing in Ukraine, that was forced or voluntarily left their place of residence. So internally displaced people differ from refugees in that they're displaced within their own country. Internally displaced people don't cross an international boundary, they just leave from one area of the country to the next. Refugees, on the other hand, cross an international border, and once they enter the country that they're displaced from, they claim asylum or apply for refugee status for the most part. So it's important to recognize that refugees are actually recognized under international law. They have protections under international law. There's a mandate with the United Nations High Commissioner for the Refugees that works with those refugees, but IDPs don't have any of that backing behind them, because they're internally displaced people, so they're displaced within their own country, and so it's the government of their country that's actually tasked with responding to them. Whereas with refugees, we've seen a lot of the international organizations come and help those people, but displaced persons are not recognized in international law, and they don't have any type of assistance that is required by international law to be provided to them. So IDPs and refugees are very, very different entities. So I wanted to show, so this is the map of displacement from the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. So you can see the displacement. Okay, so you can see the displacement from the area, let's see, up there, from the area of the conflict, and most of the displacement is centered around the 4 to 5 regions surrounding the conflict, and then you can see as we move further west, there are fewer IDPs. So the darker the color on the map, the more proportion IDPs are located in that region. So you can kind of see the progression. Western Ukraine has much fewer IDPs than Kharkiv and Dnipropetrovsk, Kherson, and places bordering the conflict and displacement areas. And then I also want to point out, so the circles, if you see the large gray circles and the white circles, so those are people that are refugees or people that are displaced from Ukraine. So while internally we can see those are the numbers of, and I should also say, these are the numbers of registered. So we'll talk about the registration problems a bit that they've had in Ukraine, but these are just the official numbers. So these are only the people that have registered, which is why the number is 1.5 million, but most people on the ground estimate it to be around 4 or 5 million people. So you can see, so the circles on, neighboring Russian Federation, Moldova, the white circle, the small circle is the number of people that have claimed asylum. So those are people that are actually officially applying for refugee status, and then the larger circle are people that have, gone to that country but are not officially registered or officially applying for asylum status. So when we're talking about refugees, we're talking about the small circles. When we're talking about IDPs, we're talking about the people in Ukraine. So hopefully that difference is clear. So official numbers reflect the number of people who registered their move with the Ukrainian government. So these official numbers underestimate the number of people displaced because many people don't register for fear of military conscription. That's when I went to some of the collective centers to speak with people, that was one of the biggest deterrents from registering, was that people didn't want to register because they didn't want to go fight in the war. And they're also, so if you're fleeing, your home, you might not remember to grab your passport and all of the paperwork that shows your registration. So a lot of people aren't able to register because of paperwork issues. And anyone who knows the registration process in Ukraine knows that you need lots of stamps and paperwork to be able to show your place of residence. So the lack of paperwork is also a huge reason why people do not register. There's also a lot of Roma people in the population that have been displaced that also, because they don't have the proper paperwork, have not been able to register. And people don't want to pay taxes, so they don't register. So there are lots of reasons why people don't register. So when you look at these numbers and see the 1.4, but now it's up to 1.5 million people, that's only the official registered numbers. And that is from the Ministry of Social Policy, which is the entity in the Ukrainian government that does the registration. So, which is why people on the ground estimate the number of displaced people to be so much higher than it actually is showing us. Okay, so the government response, I divided it into 4 categories. The first is financial assistance. So the government of Ukraine has provided about 800,000 IDPs with 800 hryvnia a month to assist them with their displacement. That's about $40 a month, so it's not that much money. And that 800 hryvnia only goes to disabled people, pensioners, single mothers, and large families. So working age people are given 400 hryvnias a month, which is about $20. Oh, 2 minutes. Wow, I better hurry up. Okay, so financial assistance, the Ukrainian government has provided financial assistance. Housing is the next, is actually probably the most important issue and problem faced by IDPs. When you flee, your home, it's very difficult to be able to find housing in a new area. So housing and collective centers has been provided by a number of different entities. This is a picture of one of the collective centers that I visited. This collective center held 47 adults and 34 kids, and that painting was actually painted by one of the 34 children that live in that center. So I also wanted to show you the inside. So I will tell you this collective center where they actually allowed me to take photos is not representative of all the collective centers. This is probably the nicest collective center. If we weren't being videotaped, I would tell you where it is, but since this is for the wider public, I don't want to out IDPs. So, but yeah, you can see it's actually a pretty nice place, which is probably why they allowed me to take photos there and not other collective centers. So yeah, collective centers have been in kindergartens, dormitories, sanatoriums. A lot of these places weren't equipped for winter months. So while this place looks very nice, a lot of these places are summer entities, and yeah, with the Ukrainian winter and summer, it's not a very nice place to be. Okay, so quickly, so registration issues. So there have been a lot of registration issues. A lot of people don't have the adequate paperwork to file social assistance claims. So registration has been a huge problem. They established a unified registration system, the Ukrainian government did, but they passed the legislation so quickly that they didn't actually think through a lot of the proposals. So it's created a significant amount of problems with the registration system. So even though now they have a unified registration system, which is great, that means that you only have to register once and you're able to register your location and get social assistance, so you can go to the hospital and things like that. And then the last, are you going to come in?
Just to sum up, yeah,
Okay.
1 minute.
Okay, so then the last is the legal frameworks. Well, that 10 minutes went by really fast. The last is the legal frameworks, and so basically the Ukrainian government has passed a lot of laws. These laws aren't very thought out. They they often contradict each other and have lots of problems. One of the laws, the biggest law on ensuring the rights and freedoms of internally displaced people, actually ended up disenfranchising almost every single IDP. They aren't actually able to vote in the election tomorrow. And so these photos, these are not my photos. This is a photo exhibition from the Ukrainian Pravda, and it's titled Reluctantly Voiceless, and it tells you where the people are from, and they cannot vote in the election tomorrow, which is a big deal that no one seems to be talking about. Yeah, so we can talk more about the international response and the local
During
NGO
Q&A.
response in others. So these are some more photos, and yeah. So these are my key findings. But.
Thank you, Laura. Great.
I think they're going to switch the slides. Okay, so I think that the spectacular occupation of the Crimea, spectacular is a good adjective, and the protracted hostilities in Donbass. Actually, I think I need the slide advancer. Have, as we have learned, led to the displacement of some 1.5 million people, possibly more. So based on research that I conducted in May and June of this year, my paper and my research follows the emotional trajectories of the people who were displaced by those events. So I use a very ethnographic approach to understand the lived experience of Crimean Tatars, Ukrainians, as well as Russians who have been displaced within Ukraine. And I think that this paper fills a significant gap in the anthropological literature on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which has really correctly identified these politics of fear that are used by Putin to, as well as new forms of sovereignty to redefine reality in Crimea. But I think that what is still missing is a well-grounded examination of the thoughts and feelings of those who have been displaced by the conflict, as well as a theory-driven way to connect the experiences, the personal experiences, with the evolving forms of statecraft. So this is an overview of my argument, and it basically proceeds in sort of 3 steps. I'm arguing that there's been a shift in the structure of feeling, a shift in the political subjectivity within Ukraine. And I think that first there's evidence of a new sense of a common civic identity that really transcends ethnic categories and ameliorates some of the sense of ambiguity that we've been talking about surrounding Ukrainian identity, as well as reducing the social space between different groups. And I'll say more about that in a minute. Another piece of this is that for IDPs, there's a new additional narrative of political agency. And I think that this is especially striking because, first of all, it's very counterintuitive for a situation of forced displacement. Plus, it really adds to or perhaps even departs from the kinds of narratives that prevailed in the past that were very much centered on the Holodomor and the 1944 deportation. So I'm saying that it doesn't replace, but it's additional, and I'll say more about that in a minute. But then there's also a third and highly pervasive residual theme, and that is one of treason, of betrayal, that really threatens to generate a kind of an undertow in this post-revolutionary moment. So my methodology was 34 semi-structured interviews with IDPs from Crimea and the East, 20 in-depths, participant observation, and then I also followed some Viber threads and Facebook. The fieldwork, my first fieldwork in Crimea was in 1995. My last fieldwork in Crimea was in 2013. And this particular trip, I was based in sort of 3 hubs of IDPs. Kiev, Kherson, and Lviv, right? So 3 hubs where IDPs have settled. So my aim, and hopefully my contribution here, is a couple of things. I think that a lot has been said about the changes following the Revolution of Dignity, but the question is sort of how best to capture those changes. And I really like Raymond Williams' approach, because he wants to sort of defer anticipation of the outcome in favor of attempting to capture the themes that are emergent and perhaps have not even yet been named. And so my exploration here is in part methodological, and the other part is a little bit more substantive. Williams was very concerned not to extract personal from social experience, and I think that the assumption here is it's actually very anthropological and perhaps runs against the grain of political science, perhaps, in the sense that these personal experiences are not actually anecdotal or epiphenomenal. They're really the ground upon which these political policies and policy making and other decisions are often made. Okay, so this is sort of the first step, the common civic identity. And this, I have a lot of quotes to this effect, but I think this is one of the most powerful, the sense that this new civic identity transcends ethnicity and nationality, and it's sort of a style of thinking. And I think that, in the past, Crimea was really viewed sort of as an island attached to Ukraine, and that is changing just physically with the presence of IDPs throughout continental Ukraine. But I also saw this narrative of a common civic identity. It emerged in political rhetoric, Poroshenko and Yatsenyuk. It emerged in cultural events. It emerged in the press, and it was present in something like 70% of the interviews. It's interesting to me because it's almost, you can almost see the invention of tradition happening before your eyes, because there was a search for common markers of identity between Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians that went back to experiences on the steppe, right, prior to Ukrainian statehood. Markers like melodies, dress, melodies in songs. And I can say more about that. So there was a very strong sense of common identity. Let's see. This is another quote that was very typical. People began to say, "Now I feel myself to be a citizen of Ukraine." Most of the residents of Crimea never had the cause or opportunity to think of themselves as being a citizen of any state. So I think that's another emblematic quote. Narratives of political agency. So the deportation and its legacy were a very powerful frame through which the occupation was understood, the occupation of Crimea. So Crimean Tatars spoke of the occupation in terms of a latent deportation, a hybrid deportation, a hidden deportation, to capture the sense in which their departure from Crimea was not voluntary. And I think that this is what makes the simultaneous sort of problematization of any notion of victimhood or victimization so interesting, right? Because you have IDPs who have been oppressed and have been forced to migrate, saying that they're tired of making victims out of themselves. They may have been deported, but they emerged victorious. They're strong. They're still strong. They're going to survive. And this was very powerful in narratives, but it was also acted upon, right? It was acted upon in everyday choices about citizenship, but also in activities like, this is a stezhka, so it was a street art common effort between Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians to beautify a highway underpass that people went to on their way to the park. And there's many examples of this. On the Ukrainian side, however, there was also a lot of frustration and ambivalence resulting from these Kafkaesque struggles for documents that Laura was describing. And there was also a sense of betrayal and a recognition that there was a significant gap between what the state was saying and what it was following through on, right? And so there was this sense that they had been betrayed by a Ukraine that could neither, was not willing or able to prevent the occupation. And so this brings me to my third point. Actually, I think I'm going to stay on that for just a minute, which is this polysemic narratives of betrayal that were really operative on many different levels. And the theme was really deployed by IDPs in complicated ways. This political identity of traitor and the behavior of treason tended to stand in where you might think of more personal terms would be used. And I don't think it's surprising that the political events of occupation would affect personal relationships. What I think is interesting is the extent to which it was political terms, and often very hyperbolic political terms, that were used to describe personal relationships, right? So when a Ukrainian woman ended her 9-year engagement to a Russian man, it was about her not being disloyal. It was about her being a traitor, right? A traitor. And her patriotism was questioned. Similarly, when a Ukrainian man, a Crimean Tatar man, experienced this rift with his former wife, it was not about betrayal. It was about him being a traitor for the second time, right? And so these old tropes of betrayal are being deployed in a new way. It's sort of, Jennifer used the term sleight of hand, and it's sort of these old terms are erupting into personal relationships. There was also examples of these ideas separating parents and children, and of course, friendships that changed. I think this is troubling because it, in addition to being very reductive, right, of individuals into sort of these black and white categories of hero and traitor, it was very reductive, and it was too simplistic, and it was also sort of generated this atmosphere of distrust. And so this is a quote from a Crimean Tatar who said, who thought that perhaps when Crimea returns to Ukraine, they could even be accused of treason then for taking Russian passports. And so it's very ambient. And I think that these disruptions interfere with the ability to form a cohesive society. And I think that the imbrication of these political terms into personal relationships really demonstrates what Williams was trying to articulate with the concept of a structure of feeling that's very ambient and hard to define. And so just to conclude, I'm going to actually skip forward. This is a hallway in an IDP shelter. I think it's difficult to predict whether the sense of a common identity and these new narratives of political agency will remain ascendant, or whether the old tropes of betrayal and treason will undermine that. And I think that the quote by the Crimean Tatar man that sort of feared deportation points to this idea that these feelings of political agency and this new civic identity are still in solution and have yet to be really strengthened by the kinds of institutions of civil society that would sustain that development and strengthen that development of political agency.
Thank you so much. Let's give a tour of applause to our two presenters. Thank you for both of you for bringing up the subject of IDPs. My first question will be to Laura. While reading your paper, I had the sense of separation, a kind of separation in analysis between different types of actors, between government, you analyze government responsiveness, local NGOs action, and international NGOs also. So my question would be about cooperation, forms of cooperation that may exist between the state and civil society. And during the day, we will go back, to this question one and more in every panel, I think. So, because it seems to me that there is a shift among volunteers caring of IDPs, also the idea that they can, of course, replace the state in the situation of emergency, but they cannot act in long term. And long term programs are the state should care about those and take measures in the long term perspective. So the question about cooperation.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So the local NGOs were the first organizations on the ground helping with this crisis. And so they, in a lot of ways, have been the most effective because they know the lay of the land. They know the type of people that they're dealing with. They know the types of needs that they have. And so so that was one thing that really surprised me, was that the local NGOs were very effective at handling the crisis. One of the organizations that I visited, basically the girl started a Facebook group, and that's how the organization, and it's the leading organization for displaced people. So she started a Facebook group, and then she got a cell phone, and it constantly rang, and then she got 5 cell phones, and they were constantly ringing. So so the response of the local NGOs have been great. The international organizations have also responded significantly, and there is cooperation, but the interesting thing is they have to work with the government. First of all, the international organizations have to be invited in by the government. So if the Ukrainian government didn't want the international organizations there, they would not be there. So I think that also shows that the government, wants assistance with this crisis, because international organizations are the ones that have gone around the world and actually, have lots of experience dealing with this, whereas many governments in the world are very unable to handle significant humanitarian crises like this. So the international organizations, even though a lot of people assume that they're the ones that are doing everything, a lot of their actions have to be approved by the government. And when I went to some of the cluster group meetings, the government officials there would say, you have to approve this with us, this has to go through us. So I saw a lot of struggles for sovereignty, I guess, to remain that this is something that the government is doing and facilitating, and reminding the international organizations not to overstep their boundaries. So we see cooperation in the humanitarian assistance and how they give it out between international organizations and the government, because the government has to approve it, and then the local NGOs on the ground are actually the ones going out and distributing it, because they know the lay of the land, they know the people in those regions. A lot of times they use existing humanitarian networks that they had. So like the IOM uses they have a network of human trafficking NGOs. They've used that existing network to be able to facilitate assistance to IDPs. So without those organizations on the ground, I think that the response to the crisis would be significantly worse. As for long-term solutions, you're definitely right. So we're seeing a lot of fatigue with the local community. When you're a rich businessman, or you have a summer house or a school or something that you want to donate to people, after about a year, you're thinking, like, when are these people actually going to leave this collective center? I need to get my property back. So we're seeing a lot of strain on the local community, even though I think the local Ukrainian population has been wonderful in the type of assistance that they have. That strain over a long time becomes fatigue, and then you see a lot of animosity between the local community and the IDPs, because they wonder how long it's going to be. So I think long term, you're definitely right. The government needs to step in a bit more and provide a bit more long-term assistance. But again, one thing that I would have said is no government is actually good at responding to a humanitarian crisis. I always use the example of Hurricane Katrina in the United States. The United States government responded very poorly, I would say, to that crisis. And so no government is very good at responding to humanitarian crisis, which is why they need international organizations that have the experience of working in Sudan, working in Somalia, that they can come in and apply the framework that they have to the Ukrainian crisis.
Thank you. Greta, concerning your presentation, you use this conception of structural feelings. While reading your paper, I felt the lack of structure, actually. Maybe not structure, but more contextual elements. Because knowledge, feelings, emotions, words are situated, socially situated. And you have situated during your presentation IDP. Your interviews are IDPs, we know that, and they're in Kiev, between Kiev, Kherson, and Lviv. Could you tell us more about who actually are them? Because I think it's really important to know what are their trajectories, in which conditions they have left Crimea or the Donbass in case of people from the east. What are their main trajectories of reintegration? Do they experience problems, etc.? Because I think all of those elements, they influence also the feelings they produce in an interaction such as an interview.
So the IDPs from Crimea came in two waves. The first wave was right around the political events, fear, and the second wave was later as life became intolerable or as they experienced threats. Right, so there was two waves from Crimea.
My question concerns yours 34 interviews actually, and those people. So they fell into those two waves also. Mm-hmm.
So I basically used a quota sample, just trying to distribute it among the two waves: age, gender, and education. Not socioeconomic background, right? But age, gender, and so that I had a spectrum. And I think that I'm glad that I think that's an excellent question and something that I should flesh out in my paper. So thank you for that excellent question. I think that, the experience of displacement within Ukraine varies considerably depending on your social and economic circumstances. And that needs to be said. It could be, one person put it, it was less traumatic than losing the family pet, right? Because when you have connections and networks. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. As moderator, I'll ask also another question, and then I'll pick up your questions also. Yeah, I have a question, and we touched upon this yesterday. The question concerning comparison and the role of comparison in our research. For Laura, I have a question of comparison, because I had the feeling that you have a very limited use of comparison. Comparison helps you to say that Ukrainian public action, Ukrainian state is dealing the crisis like all other states deal. But I think comparison may bring you more, especially when you know other experiences of those emergency situations. Because comparing, for example, Ukraine, Armenia, Georgia, through comparison, you may show us circulation of knowledge, circulation of models, helping IDPs, assisting IDPs, circulation of different dispositives concerning IDPs. So my question is about comparison. It would be also for you an occasion to develop a bit on the comparison and the role of comparison. And the same question actually for Greta, but a little bit different. Among your interviewees, you have Crimean IDPs from Crimea, and you have also from the west, from the east, if I understand it correctly. What comparison helps you? I mean, in your presentation, you showed us similarities. Do you have some differences also between, in terms of feelings, between IDPs from the east and IDPs from Crimea? Political agency, for example. Yeah.
Thanks for the question. I think that's one thing I need to flesh out in my paper is a better comparison. As I was getting towards the end of my paper, that was the element that I think needs to be further developed. But one thing about the comparison that's really interesting is that a lot of people compared the Ukrainian response to Georgia, to Armenia, to Azerbaijan, but then they also compared it to Syria, South Sudan, and Yemen, which are other large humanitarian crises. And so, which when you think about the climate and think about the type of needs, they're really different. So Ukraine, that's why the Ukrainian government, I believe, has relied a bit more on the knowledge from Georgia. In fact, they've nicknamed the UN house in Kyiv as the Georgian house because there are so many Georgians working for the United Nations to help facilitate the response because they have the experience and the institutional knowledge to be able to do that. So I mean, and when you're comparing the Ukrainian crisis to other crises that are happening in the world today, it's very different. I mean, one of the ladies in the quotes in my paper talked about how, you know, in South Sudan or Syria, you need a tent that you can put up to help the IDPs and house them. In Ukraine, you can't do that because of the winter. So in a way, the humanitarian agencies are also dealing with a new crisis because their knowledge now is based on a very different climate, a very less developed countries. And also, I mean, we've been talking a lot about the Ukrainian government capacity, which, you know, needs some work, but compared to Syria and compared to other countries that have dealt with humanitarian crises, the Ukrainian government's capacity to respond to this crisis is actually significantly more. And they have a social structure, a social assistance structure that is actually established that they can, you know, just rework a little bit to be able to give this type of assistance. So the comparisons, I need to work it out a little bit more, but yeah, most of the comparisons have been to Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and they're learning from the Georgian experience by actually having Georgians come and work for the United Nations to assist with their institutional knowledge from the crisis.
Greta?
Yes, thank you for that very excellent question. My response is that I'm actually still analyzing my data because I did 54 taped interviews in May and June. And so in July and August, I was transcribing and translating. And then, so I'm still analyzing it. What I will tell you about the political agency is that narratives of political agency were about 3 times more common in the Crimean sample than from the East. And they were about twice as prevalent among males as females. And beyond that, I need to do a lot more work, but thank you for the question.
Okay, we are looking for your paper. Yeah. So Michaela.
I want to thank you both for fantastic presentations. And I think that are we still on the rule that I can only ask one question or one? Okay. I'll limit my question to Laura if I could then, because it's actually a little bit of a comment and a question as well. I'd be really, really careful when you're quoting numbers, because you mentioned, for example, that people on the ground are saying up to 4 million displaced. While you were talking, I sort of looked at populations, and there are only, I mean, there's 4 million people in Donetsk Oblast and 6 million people in Luhansk Oblast, and only half of those oblasts are actually under occupation at the moment. So it would be really difficult to find 4 million people displaced, because that would mean that basically there's a desert left on the other side. It's not that way. So those numbers are really tough. And the other thing is that I wonder if you could comment on this. I was looking at why, and you showed this on the map, when one thinks of displaced people, particularly because of war, people try to get as far away from a war as possible. And yet, in the Ukrainian case, we have a concentration around Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. At least that's what the statistics are showing us. In other words, people are just sort of moving 20, 30 kilometers away. However, there's a paradox to that. I was actually in a place called Artemivsk recently, which is 20 kilometers southwest of Kramatorsk and about 20 kilometers northwest of Debaltsevo. So it's really right on the line of contention. And according to the statistics, there are supposed to be 70,000 IDPs registered there. It was difficult to find an IDP because they're not there. They come in to register, and very often they come, I mean, the locals will tell you that they come to get their social benefits, to get their pensions, they get their pension cards, and then they either go back, most of them are going back to the Donetsk, well, what they call the DNR, the LNR. So I guess, I mean, from a perspective of sort of criticizing the government and looking at ways in which the government can improve the situation with IDPs, do you have any kind of suggestions as to how to get a handle on what is really going on in the area? Because it's really difficult to rely on any kind of statistics when it comes to registration or where people actually are and what their needs might be.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Yeah, I mean, the reason that I brought up the range is because people continually talked about that when I went to go interview them. So I wanted to make sure that I recognize that there are 1.5 million officially registered people with the Ministry of Social Policy, but that people on the ground, of course, the people on the ground have the most to benefit from overestimating the problem of IDPs, because they're the ones getting the international funding that's coming. So that's why I give a range. With migration, it's always very difficult because these are fluid populations. So you talked about how people come over and register and then go back. Well, I'm sure people come over, register, and go back, or people could also come over, register, and then move on to other places. So that's the thing, like, it's very difficult to know unless you're going and you're actually going on the ground, working and talking with people to figure out where they migrated from and figure out the paths of migration to know if they're coming over and going back. I mean, if they have to do that every single month, then you could perhaps establish, that these people are coming over and going back, but it's very difficult. I mean, migration, that's why, I focus my paper on government responsiveness, because I talk a bit about the numbers, but that's only about a page of my paper, because I want to get away from that and look at the actual response of the Ukrainian government, which I believe has been heavily criticized. And I kind of wanted to give them a little bit more agency and a little bit more credit for what they're doing. So suggestions on getting a handle on the crisis. I mean, I think the most important thing is to actually pay out those pensions. So from what I have heard from the IDPs at the collective centers that I visited, is that it's very sporadic. So they get money one month and then the next money don't. Yeah. That's what I've heard from the IDPs that I talked to. So that's the thing. So like the people who are coming over and going back, how do they know that the money's there when they go over? So yes, I've heard about the sporadicness. I've heard that things are getting better, but that in the beginning there were definitely very sporadic payments from the government. We've also seen a lot of overlap between what the government's providing and what the international community is providing. So I think that they need to, the Ukrainian government, I mean, they have these cluster group meetings where they all get together and talk about it, but there are like 3 or 4 hotlines that exist for IDPs. There should be one that's standardized. It should be government run or facilitated by an NGO. So we're seeing a lot of overlap of assistance. Sometimes people will get assistance from one NGO and then somebody will come back a month later from another NGO and give them more money. So I think we need to track the types of assistance that we're giving too, so people aren't actually taking advantage of the system, especially because the Ukrainian humanitarian crisis has only been funded about 30 to 40%. And that's most humanitarian crises haven't been funded the full amount that they need to be. But if we are only working with 30% of the estimated number that we need to actually, assist with humanitarian need, then we need to make sure it's going to vulnerable people and that people aren't continually skirting the system, I guess. But thank you for your question.
Jennifer?
So my question is for Greta, and I was taken by what you talked about, the discussion of people kind of wanting to shirk off what they understood as a victim narrative or victim rhetoric. And this is something that I'd actually been hearing just in my social sphere in Kiev since 2012. So I'm really fascinated to see it come up in these particular narratives. And I've seen it come up in terms of people blaming individuals for their HIV infection, for example, like not just drug users or sex workers, but like, did this doctor not make a choice to enter this career, And it seems to me that there's sort of similar to a conversation Megan and I were having last night, there's sort of a blame being placed on people based on their inaction, right? It's also come back around to me when we were having discussions about feminist philosophy. I would point out a gender inequality and people would be like, well, perhaps you should just stop playing the victim, right? So there's this, I made that face too. So there seems to be a sort of moral reckoning of people's internal states, a logic that I see as not terribly dissimilar to the Protestant work ethic, in that like the things that are going on around you, how your life is going, is sort of a reflection of your desire to take control and take charge and do all of that. And you pointed out people, one group of people who kind of fall to the bottom in this moral reordering are folks who have to make choices that might compromise the external appearance of their perfect national loyalty. Like if you are engaged to a Russian or need to, for some reason need to get a passport in Crimea. Drug users are also people that kind of fall at the bottom. But the question I have though is who benefits from this, right? It's easy to find the people who get the short end of this particular stick, but who stands to benefit from this kind of narrative whereby we are giving people credit for their personal agency that made their lives better when perhaps just structural factors led to that outcome?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's an excellent question. I think that to the extent that people take personal responsibility for their own lives, the state benefits, certainly. But I think that particularly with respect to the IDPs from Crimea, it was difficult to win, right? Because if you were pro-Ukrainian in Crimea and you left, then you undermined the Ukrainian presence in Crimea. If you were pro-Russian and you left, you betrayed Russia, right? If you stayed, perhaps you weren't being. It was very hard to win. There was a lot of ways in which people said this notion of betrayal comes up constantly because they were searching for ways to both protect themselves and honor their political commitments, right? And so I think that, particularly Mustafa Danyliw and the political leadership of the Crimean Tatars has tried to deconstruct that and to say that there's many ethical paths, multiple ethical paths. There's an ethical path to staying. There's an ethical path to leaving. And that should be fully recognized because people need to do what is in the interest of their own self-preservation, particularly when we're talking about a Russian occupation.
Rosaria?
Thank you very much. I have a question actually on the political use of IDPs. Julia was mentioning Georgia, and in Georgia, IDPs were kept living in a limbo for 20 years. As a constant, if you want, they were kept hostage of their status of IDPs, as a constant reminder of the injustice of the war, that they were kept out. So there were people who lived in very temporary accommodations for 20 years. Now, I could be mistaken, but I don't seem to have heard any sort of narrative along these lines in Ukraine. I wonder whether you have a feeling that this has basically been used only as it's not come up in the political debate. It's only been discussed in practical terms. Local authorities, national authorities, civil society organizations that really needed to deal with this crisis. What is your feeling?
Yeah, so the Georgian government, the Georgian government, a lot of times they said that they didn't place people in permanent housing because then that would actually recognize that they knew that there was no end to the political crisis and they knew they were not going to get back Abkhazia and South Ossetia. So I think that there's a lot of underlying political connotations. So the Georgian experience is that, basically 9 years is what they waited to be able to do anything, and they didn't want to settle people in permanent housing because to do so would be to recognize that they knew that they weren't going to get that territory back, and that is something that the government was not willing to do. I think in contrast to the Ukrainian situation, the displacement that we've seen, it's only been a year, which I'm sure to the IDPs that I talked about, there were people who could tell me the number of days they'd been displaced. So to those people, displacement is a big issue and something that they deal with every single day. But in comparison to Georgia, to Armenia, we've seen the displacement is so much shorter that I think that's why we haven't seen those types of narratives. And again, these collective centers that the people are based in, sometimes they're fit for winter, sometimes they're not. They're not permanent structures, but we've seen a lot of people go and live with their friends and things like that. So I think that while the Ukrainian government they've given a bit of housing to people, they haven't systematically tried to, house the large number of IDPs that are out there. I heard that there are only about 50,000 places for people in collective centers around Ukraine. And if you're talking about 1.4 million people that are displaced, those numbers definitely don't add up at all. So I think that there's that caveat, but again, we're dealing with such a short time frame compared to the Georgian and Armenian situations that I think that's why we haven't dealt with it.
Jesse?
Greta, this is just fantastic stuff, and different research designs are good for different kinds of things, and you're doing great representational work, so thank you a lot for doing it. I just wanted to give you a chance to make good on your claim to tell us about the step stories and the representation of the, either in music or in song, of like step imagery that you said was in, that came out in your interview data. I'm
Okay.
like genuinely interested in that.
Right. So there were many different markers of a common Ukrainian, Crimean Tatar identity that were identified. And the narrative went that we are the same people. We roamed the same steppe prior to the formation of the Ukrainian nation. We see that in the dress of the Cossacks is actually Crimean Tatar. So that was one thing, right? And they would sort of put to the side the fact that Crimean Tatars and the Cossacks were not typically fighting on the same side. The other marker was common wedding rituals, right? So as soon as Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians started getting together and talking to each other and visiting each other, they found all of these customs in villages, the wedding ritual happening on two sides of the family on different nights, different things about about going to somebody's house with something and then not returning empty-handed, right? All of these village customs were the same. And then the third thing was that Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians have begun to form musical groups and make music together, and they are identifying songs in which the lyrics might be in different languages, but the melodies are exactly the same. And so it's just this explosion of creativity where they all of a sudden they realize all of this they have so much in common. And the idea is that it's the Russians that have kept them apart so long, for what that's worth. And I think that when we play these narratives off of, for example, the work that Wilson has done on history, like it doesn't hold ground in like the military sense, right? But in the cultural sense, right, of the costumes or whatever, it's valid.
I suggest to take two last questions, Amandine and Margarita. Sorry. Or maybe if you want, Joshua, and I see you also, okay, no. But you may ask questions, but there will be 2 minutes for each, for answer.
I'll have it's maybe more like a comment on Mikhailo's comment in the beginning that IDPs should go as far away as they could from the conflict, and that we come where they're registered and they're not here. Once again, based on the Chechen experience, that may be not fully relevant here, but IDPs are often accused of taking the social benefits or taking what is done for them and then just misusing them. So I think we should be careful not to stigmatize in a way. And I think that, no, of course, they do not go away. They stay as close as possible to the houses, their former houses. And if we put ourselves from the point of view of the IDPs, so of course the first question is how to make the family budget going. And social benefits they are entitled to doesn't mean that they really have to sacrifice everything else. And the second thing I think is that these social belongings, it's not only about having things and having your budget. It's also about being, about all the family life, a flat. Of course, if you look, if you go back to look after your cattle or your to grow something in your garden, it's about having, it's about the family budget, but it's also about being somebody and still being somebody. So I think it's important to see from the IDP's point of view how they fit in your thing. So it's more a comment than a question as such.
Margarita.
My question is for Laura. you had really extraordinary quotations in your paper, very interesting, very insightful.
Greta.
No,
Greta.
for you.
Yeah, I'm Greta.
Sorry, Greta, I'm sorry. Getting things confused. And especially about the issue of the conceptualizations of identity by Crimean Tatars. One quotation that really made me think is the woman who said, I am a Crimean Tatar in my heart when I look at my heart, but when I look at my head, I am a Ukrainian. So this makes us think a little bit about how do we think, or I'm asking you, two things. How is this issue of the reconceptualization of Crimean Tatar identity within a Ukrainian civic identity going to pan out in terms of the use of this by the Crimean movement and Mustafa Jamiliev and so on? What will happen once Ukraine is no longer the vehicle, the best vehicle for this kind of moving forward of the Crimean community? I don't know whether this is clear. So I'm asking, this is about belonging or strategical thinking? And secondly, what does this mean for our conceptualization of civic identity? Is it something that is about belonging, or is it something about strategic decisions about what is best?
Joshua, do you want to ask a question?
Greta, I just wanted to link what you were saying yesterday to what you were saying today to Lucan's point yesterday. So you make this provocative point that we have this, this blossoming of this civic identity sort of getting, and I think the implication is beginning to sort of remove the distinctions that for so long has made Ukraine a society with these kind of multiple identities and these conflicting identities here. And so the question I had is looping that on top of Lucan's observation from his book yesterday, that part of what has kept Ukraine democratic is these sort of two strong identity forces within the society. Do you see in this new civic identity, the emergence of this, is it a democratic civic identity, or is it a civic identity that has elements of loyalty and, we have to get behind the state, now is not a time for criticism, and things which in the context may make a lot of sense of this new civic identity? We're not going to talk about our differences anymore, but in the long term could be undermining to democratic development in Ukraine. And I'm just sort of very curious about your observations, if at all there's anything in this now, or I'm just pushing too hard to try to make links between different presentations.
Thank you. 2 minutes each to address one or two.
Okay. With regard to the question of whether it has to do with belonging or strategy, I think that it's actually both. I think it is a sense of belonging because the IDPs have been so warmly received in some cities, but it's also strategy, right? So the Crimean Tatar leadership would point out that they have been loyal to Ukraine for more than 2 decades. And so it's kind of ironic that there's these accusations that perhaps they haven't been loyal enough, because in fact they have been loyal. And at this point, it's more of a discovery of each other, right? So it's part belonging and it's part strategy. I don't think that the Crimean Tatar political elites sees a profound shift. It's just that they're suddenly being recognized in a different way. Their strategy is suddenly being recognized in a different way. And with regard to whether or not it's democratic, I would have to say it's too soon to really tell, sort of. When I pointed out the disjuncture between, for example, those 2 posters that said Crimea is Ukraine and the actual behavior, people would apologize and say, well, the state just has, needs some time to catch up. It's really okay, right? So I see that as going a number of different potential directions.
Laura, 2 minutes.
Okay. Thanks so much for the comment. I think that, the reason that we haven't seen a lot of the displaced people go to other areas of Ukraine is because they're hoping to go back home. So I think that that's definitely an important point to make. I went to a bunch of the collective centers, and we would always ask them, how many people have left? And there were very few people that had left. And the people that had left, in the one center that I showed you the picture of, one family had left because because the conflict lines had changed, and then their house was actually back in the Ukrainian-controlled zone, so they left and returned to their house. And then the other family that had left went and actually found permanent accommodation. So they were one of the rare instances of finding permanent accommodation. So we actually we don't see a lot of people, and that's displacement around the world. We don't see a lot of people returning to their homeland, but I think that we can see them clustered around those regions because they have the hope that someday they will be able to return. So, which is why people aren't leaving and going to, we have people that are leaving and going to other countries, but that's why we see them concentrated in those regions, because there's always hope that they'll be able to return.
So thank you so much for your presentations and your questions. And we are moving, to the next panel, Civil Society and the War.
If you have more comments, can you email them to me? Because that was really helpful, so, or should I?
No break was declared. Sorry? We were not supposed to have a break. I think people do get tired, so we need to have a short moment to breathe. My husband watched us online yesterday. Yeah. He told me it's so fun. It's like I was here. Because there are also things that the breaks, etc., not only the sessions on live streaming. You see the breaks? I saw you talking with me. Hello. No, not the sound, but actually the camera is. So say hello. Finally. Okay, so I'll give you what, 12 minutes? After 12 minutes? Alright. Let's say 10 and then we'll check. Yeah. But just to remind me. Yeah, sure. Huh? Yeah, it's supposed to be Sophia. Well, the plane is tomorrow night, like at 6. But I have to leave from here. My bus is at 1 from Ottawa by bus to Montreal, and then by plane to Montreal. Because I leave very early. Okay. Tonight, if I'm alive.
Okay. Oui.
What time did you wake up? What? What time? You wake up at 6, right? I went to sleep at 2. So that will finish my aunt because I'm a little left. Something baby food tomorrow. I thought it would be I'm down to print it out. They're home when they don't show Dear colleagues, please let's get started. Grab your cup of coffee and join. Take your seat. Woo! Come back to us. No. So we are starting our next session, but actually this day is pretty much one single session divided in small panels, all dealing with a society at war. As for this panel is concerned, two societies at war, actually. This is a panel on civil society and the war, and our first presentation will be by Sofia Tipaldou on the involvement of Russian nationalist movements in the war in Donbass. Please, Sofia.
Thank you very much. I'm going to shift now the focus a little bit to Russia and to this part of civil society, which is also known to those of us who are studying the radical rights movements as uncivil society. But first of all, I would like to thank all these wonderful persons who are behind the organization of the Danyliw seminar and who offered me this unique chance to be here today to present my work. So, what the purpose of the present I'm going to present you today is to assess the role of the Russian nationalists in the Ukrainian armed conflict. This is the first part of a broader research that seeks to research the outcomes of Russian extra-parliamentary nationalist patriotic opposition on Russia's foreign policy and on Vladimir Putin's costly strategy, as it was characterized, in invading Ukraine. So I'm focusing only on the extra-parliamentarian nationalist patriotic opposition, which is a wide spectrum of nationalist organizations, they may be parties, movements, or milieus, who are not in the Duma, as well as their allies within the Duma. Why am I choosing this? Because I want them to be representatives of grassroots nationalist thinking in Russia and not to be Kremlin's puppets. So this is a term used by the Russian nationalists themselves when they're describing their own organizations. And these movements vary substantially in the level of authoritarianism, from democratic to far-right groups. But they do have two things in common. So they consider themselves to be part of the country's opposition, and other oppositional forces perceive them as such, and they share a nativist ideology. Except the other Russia, which is Limonov's party, which Drugaya Rossiya, the former National Bolshevik Party of Russia, which made a substantial shift, ideological and discursive shift in the 2000s, and became part of the liberal opposition. So the significance of researching such a topic is that the nationalists, together with the liberals, are the only segments of grassroots opposition left today in Russia. And in the last years, the nationalists have moved from the fringe to the center of Russian politics, as we have seen with the Bolotnaya protests, for example, where they played a very significant role. And contrary to the pro-Kremlin nationalist organizations, the extra-parliamentarian ones are not controlled by the regime, or are as less as possible controlled by the regime, to put it better. And therefore, their actions cannot be easily foreseen nor easily tamed by the regime. At the same time, research on how internal and external non-state actors interrelate and the outcomes of this interrelation is scarce, especially in transitional settings. So one reason of this is that there is no easy access to non-state actors like the nationalist movements, and we have little official data available. So at this first stage, my research will contribute to identifying the most significant non-state nationalist actors of the former Soviet, of the post-communist world, Russia, and on understanding their ideology and their positioning towards events in Ukraine. My data comes from primary sources, or the websites and the blogs of nationalist actors and their organizations, and from secondary data, mainly from Sova Center, which is a watchdog of Russian extremism based in Moscow. And I also interviewed at the time that I had that I was doing this research, which was I started a couple of weeks ago. I managed to interview the spokesman of Drugaya Rossiya, Alexandra Vern from the distance, and also Spanish journalist Pablo González, who has been visited Ukraine on various occasions and came back 2 weeks ago from the battlefield. So at a later stage, I hope that my research will help us assess the role of non-state actors and their agency in transitional settings where nation building and state building have not been stabilized for whatever reasons. And on the role of their transnational nationalist networks in ethnic conflict, especially with a brother nation, as the Ukrainian nation is concerned. So the term Russian Spring, as you might have heard, is a term which is attributed to Yegor Halmagorov, which is a well-known ideologue of contemporary Russian nationalism. He's moving to the National Democrats. He used this term on September 24, 2014, when the pro-Russian demonstration in Sevastopol started. It is an effort, it's a clear effort to connect the Arab Revolution to the situation in Crimea. In his provocative article of the same day, with the title Crimea and Novorossiya's Betrayal Will Kill Our Nation, and Holmogorov basically argues that Crimean residents will either be liberated by the Russian Spring or massacred from Pravi sector and the Crimean Tatars who see Russians as natural slaves. Soon, the term Russian Spring was taken over by mainstream newspapers, Ukrainian ones also, like RIA Novosti Ukraine. And the term Novorossiya started to be used by Russia's highest authorities, implying thus historical ties of Russia with the region of southeastern Ukraine. President Putin stated, quote, that we must do everything to help these people protect their rights and independently determine their own destiny. Whereas other ideologues who move close to the Kremlin circles, like the director of Russian Institute for Strategic Studies, Leonid Reshetnikov, was even clearer. He stated that Novorossians will never be part of Ukraine again because they do not want to be Ukrainians. So at the same time, we see state efforts, centralized efforts to counterweight the Russophobia fomented by the Western media, and a series of new formed news agencies pop up with the name Novorossiya, Novorossiya Today, Russian Spring, Ruskaya Vesna. But despite of the fact that the term was created and was first circulated by nationalist circles, the Russian nationalists became divided over the issue. And there are three dominant approaches. The first one are the supporters, who are the majority of the national patriots. The pejorative term that their enemies use for them is vatniks. They are against the Maidan, and they perceive the events in Ukraine as Russophobic and neo-Nazi coup, which a conflict against Russia and basically motivated by the West. Within this tendency, there's also controversy because some of them do not recognize Ukraine as a separate nation, while as others see the conflict between Banderites Ukrainians of central western Ukraine against Russians of the southeast. And there's also controversy on Putin's motivation, whether his foreign policy are led by his interest in protecting Russians, or whether he does it to curtail political freedoms in Russia and to create a negative image for the nationalist patriotic opposition within Russia. Or some of them say that it is a plot between Putin and the West in order to divide Ukraine into spheres of influence. The opponents of Russian Spring, also called Banderites by their enemies, are those in favor of the Euromaidan, who perceived it as a grassroots movement that aimed to overthrow the corrupt regime of Yanukovych. It is a model of civic resistance against authoritarianism, which they would love to import to Russia in order to overthrow its authoritarian regime. So this segment believes that the Russian government artificially created polarization on lines of ethnicity, while in reality it is an ideological conflict between those who want an independent nation state versus those who want to reestablish the Soviet Union. In some, they believe that Ukraine will be better off, and the secessionist regions will be better off under Kiev's government than under Putin's anti-Russian government. And then there is this third tendency, which is nothing and everything of the above at the same time. The majority of nationalists, non-aligned nationalists, some of them believe that it's a Zionist conspiracy against the Slavs, and so the war in Donbass is a war of resistance. And some others believe that they cheer the war because they see it as a very good opportunity of both the Vatniks and what they call the Ukro-Turks to kill each other, basically. This is very widespread between the autonomous neo-Nazis. So we'll go now to this slide that offers an overview of the most significant national patriotic organization in Russia and their positioning towards the Russian Spring. So from the broader nationalist constellation in Russia, which includes dozens of organizations, I extracted a sample of 4 based on their success in terms of followers, frequency of mobilization, scholarly consensus, and media coverage that they enjoy. The first one I'm going to be very short. The first 2 organizations are from the 90s. The Russian National Unity is of Alexander Barkashov, was the biggest and the most significant organization of the 90s, with neo-Nazi characteristics and strict hierarchy around its leader. It was a disciplined and centralized organization with material assets investing in violence-related resources like security films, training halls, martial arts centers. And it not only offered military training to its members, but it also developed a military potential. So it penetrated the army, the Ministry of Internal Affairs and regional administrations, and was traditionally very active at the borders of the Russian Federation with Ukraine and Northern Caucasus. But the authoritarianism of its leader, who constantly created internal schisms led to the gradual disappearance of the movement. The second one is the National Bolshevik Party, that was formed by Alexander Dugin, who later left it and made his own Eurasianist movement, and Limonov, Eduard Limonov, who is still the leader of what later became Drukaya Russia. It transformed radically, and as its spokesperson also underlined, he said, look, neither me nor Limonov are ethnic imperialists. We are just imperialists. So, and they're not cooperating with national organizations in their public actions. They're having their own strategies, and they make it clear that they're a pro-revolutionary organization that have nothing to do with the rest of the national patriotic opposition. And from the 2000s, the most significant movements is first the movement against illegal immigration, which offers an innovative proposal with a structureless network based on the internet and with an undefined catch-all ideology against illegal immigrants. That may include different nationalist ideologies in its rank, from neo-Nazi to national democratic ones. This movement spread the slogan "Russia to Russians," which became widespread in Russia in the last years. And the final one is Russian People's Movement of nationalist ideologue Konstantin Krylov, which presents itself as a civil rights organization for the protection of the rights of the Russians. And it is a national democratic organization that wants to introduce the standards of Western European nation states in Europe. So the two first, all the organizations are in favor of the Russian Spring, except of the movement against legal immigration, which was later transformed in Ruskye. And they have been engaged either, most of them offer combat training to their members, and some of them have even sent troops, which is the last part of my presentation, the relations of these movements to war in Donbass. So the numbers of Russian nationalist volunteers vary. They are from 1,000 to 3,000 at the very best case, according to journalist Pablo Gonzalez, including volunteers, doctors, and what he said, war tourists. War tourists are these people who come from the Russian Federation to basically make tourism, have a ride, shoot with weapons at the front lines, eat the soldiers' foods, and then go back to Russia after having paid what it has to be paid for it. So the nationalists are very roughly estimated about 10% from the total of the volunteers from the whole Soviet Union, from former Soviet Union, which will, in the very best case, is estimated from 10 to 15,000 members. According to different sources, Sova Center and Maren Laruelle, who conducted interviews in Moscow this summer, the Russian nationalists are between 100 and 200. And Laruelle makes a very important distinction between volunteers and mercenaries. So the volunteers are usually young men driven by their ideological romanticism with no substantial military training, if any, and usually without families, whereas the mercenaries are war professionals, usually officers of former security services with battle experience in Afghanistan, Chechnya, and Yugoslavia, and who are unable to reintegrate to civil life. These are mostly related to Russian national unity of Barkashov. So Barkashov came to the forefront when Pavel Gubarev proclaimed himself leader of Donbas People's Militia on March 3rd. Gubarev was a former member of the Russian National Unity, and Barkashov is reported to have been living in Donetsk since September, and there are also these militias formed. We know it because of the distinctive armbands. Drugaya Rossiya, on the other side, has also made its own international brigades. The founder was the same, Alexander Averin, who also considered it was his duty to fight, so he went there to fight in the infantry and artillery in Luhansk. He said that the bulk of the army are local residents, but they're also volunteers from the former USSR countries like Belarus, Kazakhstan, Latvia, Moldavia, Hungary, also from Serbia, but as well from Western European countries, Germany, Italy, Scotland, Ireland. I also found an article on Spanish volunteers. Among them, there are Eurasianists and ultra-leftists. Okay, so to conclude, yes, they also offer humanitarian aid, and to conclude, so we learned from my study, or I hope we learned, that the ideological base of the rebel forces who are fighting in Donbass next to the local residents is very different. The right-wing nationalists with a clear perception of belonging to the white race and to the Orthodox nation, whose aim is to overthrow Kiev's government. And there are left-wing nationalists who remain loyal to Soviet ideals. There are also young rebels in their early 20s who feel affiliation to Russia through football, and Chechens fighting for a multicultural Russia which will give more powers to the Muslim minority, for example. This may confuse the Western observers, but it does not really matter in the battlefield, as I was informed. So will so different ideologies manage to coexist in the long term when supposedly the war stops, or will each one claim territorial rights and open a new wave of armed confrontation in the region? Furthermore, however paradoxical as it may sound, the war in Ukraine divided the nationalist scene, and the opponents of Russian Spring, the Ruski that I presented you before, have been silenced voluntarily or put aside by their former allies. That means that the dominant ideology of the national patriots is the protection of Russian population in Novorossiya and war, which is Kremlin's official policy towards Ukraine. Meaning that if critique from the only opposition left is getting more scarce, then Vladimir Putin's policies gain legitimacy, especially his expansionist ones. And finally, the extra-parliamentary NATSPADs. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Let's let it to the discussion.
And the final part, it will be led to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sofia. Rosaria, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I really want to thank you and the whole team of the Danyliw seminar because I mean my research or my time off from my normal work started here last year and ends here this year. Maybe I should give you a little bit of background. I'm not an academic. I'm a practitioner. I've worked for a long time in different international organizations, and I'm going back to international organizations. But I've worked in Ukraine for some times, and when the war started in Ukraine, I was in another country, and I basically felt that I needed to understand what was going on. So I decided to take a sabbatical, which I've used doing research, first of all to understand myself, what was going on, and on the other side to put together this information in a way that you will find probably not particularly academic, but is targeted to the kind of policy-making environment. Maybe a few steps back than Anders Aslund the other day, but that's what I was interested in. So in the spring of last year, I was in Ukraine with the organization I was working with at the moment, and basically I was part of a fact-finding mission. We were looking at how the security situation was evolving in the country, and one of the think tank people I spoke to in Kiev told me, well, I mean, civil society has emerged as a security actor, and this is a fact that we have to reckon with now. And that's where I wanted to understand what it means. What it means to have civil society as a security actor in Ukraine. So I've spent time looking at how the security sector has changed in general after Maidan. Now, after the discussion that we had yesterday with Lucan, I felt a bit sensitive about the concept of civil society, and you will see that here I'm not using a particularly strictly academic understanding of civil society, because I'm looking at here I define it as an intermediate layer between the state and the individual, which of course goes outside market and the family, and individuals who mobilize voluntarily. They do it in structured organizations, but also in spontaneous grassroots networks, and they engage with the purpose of doing activities towards what they think is their public good. So I mean their understanding of public good. In a way, I mean there is a distinction that is growing, that is increasingly perceptible that I perceived in Ukraine between this гражданское общество, which is in general, I mean, society altogether, and the гражданский sector, which is instead structured civil society organizations. And I've been looking at гражданское in general terms. Okay, so in general, I mean, my argument is that the way how civil society has mobilized through the Maidan, and especially after the Maidan, has turned it, I mean, civil society into a potential change agent. I mean, of course, the weakness, I mean, with Dominique yesterday, we were talking about the collapse of the state institutions. I mean, it was a temporary collapse, but I mean, for a few months, the state was failed, basically, and it was perceptible everywhere in Ukraine. Created in a way the need for civil society to intervene and perform functions that are generally attributed to the state, security, but also open the window of opportunity. So, and the window of opportunity is given by the possibility for civil society to perform activities of democratic oversight, introduce discourse of transparency and accountability, and as a result, restore people's trust. All this can happen in the long term, and I mean, this is why I talk about a potential change agent. Civil society becomes sustainable as a potential, as a change agent, if the state actually provides with functional representation and gives the civil society an opportunity to have regular, and this is important, regular and meaningful access to decision-making processes. And so, I mean, civil society has become de facto a security actor because the situation required it. In 3 areas, and I will not go into very much detail. Maybe we'll talk about this in the question and answers session. In 3 areas, I was saying, in the hard security field with Sama Barona, and then the volunteer battalions, with the logistic and procurement, and with activities of democratic oversight. This democratic oversight is actually the element that I find more interesting, and on which I would like to spend 2 more words, because I think this is the element that goes beyond the emergency situation, and actually makes civil society an important actor, as I was saying, a potential agent of change in the longer period, capable to basically contribute to the consolidation of democracy in Ukraine. There are 2 models of, if you want, I've detected 2 models of institutional representation, or in institutional interaction, if you want, between civil society and the state structures. And one is basically the emergence, the establishment of, they called it, Ukrainska Pravda called it a virus in the Ministry of Defense. It was a group of 9-10 people who from January 2015 on have been involved particularly in the procurement of and the logistics of the Ministry of Defense. And in a way, I mean, they most of them came from business. They were all selected through interviews, a regular process. They were given civil servant status, but of course, I mean, they were an external part. They were perceived to be an external part inside the Ministry of Defense. They adopted a number of procedures that came from business, some of them to introduce accountability, to make the procurement process faster and more transparent. I mean, a lot of the standards were advertised on Facebook, on the internet. The results were given publicly. So they were inside the ministry. This doesn't necessarily mean that they were accepted by other staff members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but they had their own channel directly with actually one of the members of this team has become Deputy Minister of Defense, and they had a direct channel to the President and the Minister themselves. The question, I mean, so this is a kind of constructive example. The question is whether this is sustainable. When I went last time to Ukraine, which was June, July, already people who had been supportive of this engagement were asking themselves the first questions: how long this could go on, whether you could keep working with two parallel structures at the same time. Minister of Interior. We were talking actually, I think, with Olga the other day about these civil society councils that actually were established already during the Yanukovych year, both at the regional level and at the national level. And at the national level, they were on the side of different ministries. I think almost every ministry has got one of these advisory boards that includes a number of civil society representatives. Now, with the Ministry of Interior, I met a number of people who had been part of these advisory boards. They are very reputable civil or human rights experts. Some of them were previous policemen who had been working, for example, in the Ministry of Interior during Yuri Lutsenko's tenure, and had established a human rights section within the Ministry of Interior. Then, anyway, I mean, they had a very solid expertise on the question. They had been involved in the process of decision making in the Ministry of Interior in the very first stages after the Maidan. But from February, March on, this council was no longer summoned. The Deputy Minister of Interior, who's been in charge of reforming the police, she should have actually called for this council, but this didn't happen anymore. So basically, these people were sidelined in the process of working out new legislation for the reform of the police. And as I mentioned the other day when we were talking with Ander Asrun, I mean, I think the reform of the police is one of the elements which required a particular wide sense of inclusion and participation from civil society. But I'll tell you more later on. So what I wanted to get to is that the impression that I got when I went last time, June, July, was that in a way civil society had hit a glass ceiling. So after a first phase, when actually their assistance, their presence was not only useful but needed. At a point, I mean, state structures had reorganized themselves and had imposed, some sort of exclusion from the whole process. And this actually opens a number of questions. Which I think are interesting it's interesting to generalize them, to look at the whole process of democratic reforms. When we talk about civil society, which civil society are we talking about? I mean, some of the people I met or I interviewed were actually challenging the democratic character of civil society, of those actors who had been associating themselves with these advisory boards. And even they claimed that by taking a very laid back approach, they were slowing down the process of reforms. And then my question is, do we need to be effective or do we need to be inclusive? I mean, there are some areas where you really need to have as many people around the table as possible. And again, so who makes the decisions, institutions or civil society? How can civil society participate effectively or keep participating in the process of reforms? And then the last point is control versus oversight. I mean, what is actually the role of civil society in this process? I mean, do they just perform the Narodny control, as everyone has been calling it after the Maidan, or do they have a more active role in deciding which way policies have to go? But I'll leave this open and we'll discuss it later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosaria. Thanks to both of you. I think what we are dealing with in this panel is not civil society at war, but civil society in its relationship with the state at war. And the relationship with the actors you analyze and the state, I think it is in the center of both your presentations. Sophia, I'm in your very interesting and in-depth presentation of all of these nationalistic actors we actually don't know so well, because this multiplicity of small groups. I'm quite uncomfortable with uncomfortable is here again, with just one term, because I think it doesn't help you in your analysis, the term of opposition. And this is in the very center of the question of the relationship with the state. I think it's a kind of too restrictive vision of the relationship of those groups with the state to call them opposition. First of all, because all of them are not actually, it's non-parliamentary or non-institutionalized opposition, as you stated it. But some of these actors are very closely linked to state institutions and to actually institutionalized political parties. You mentioned Yegor Kholmogorov. He was part of Единая Россия, United Russia, for a while. And so this is a kind of mobile and fluid relationship with state institutions. And also, I think this term of opposition doesn't allow you maybe to describe this complexity of relationship with the state ideology, because the fascinating thing in your research is that those oppositional actors actually massively, but not totally, which is interesting, support they support this war fueled by Russia, but also the political power uses the concept formulated by this opposition in the political discourse. So maybe you can just get rid of this opposition concept and see the fluidity and the communication between state and this and the non-state actor. The question I would like to ask you is also about it's a part of the same question. The logics of involvement of those of those groups in violence and in war. I would use here the concept of violent socialization as a form of political socialization, I think, and as a form of political action outside contemporary Russia, but maybe also with a communication with the forms of political action used inside contemporary Russia. You mentioned the training centers, the military training centers. So maybe shouldn't we talk about, rather than mercenaries and idealist or war tourist, about these different forms of socialization as a way of doing politics in contemporary Russia today, right? This would be my question. Rosaria, I think your presentation is very. I saw so many ways in which it communicates with Sophia's paper in a kind of troubling way, because of course you give, and we have all this wish to see these grassroots movements as extremely positive in the Ukrainian society today. But actually we are in the same phenomena of non-state groups, more or less institutionalized, engaging in a dialogue with the state and sometimes using violent means, or maybe as acting in the security sector of sphere, having this possibility of using violent means. So it's not exactly a question, it's more of a remark. My question would be on something else. Your idea of a glass ceiling, the point at which we are now, makes me ask you what next? What next? And what next in this idea that we have powerful, more and more structured and very enthusiastic groups acting in the Ukrainian society today. They obviously had this extremely powerful socialization, part of which is violent socialization. War and Maidan were strong experience for them. So they obviously are there and will have the wish to be involved in politics. What are the possibilities? Do you see them going into institutionalized politics, going into electoral process? Do we have, for example, in the local elections going on tomorrow, this kind of phenomena? Do they turn some other ways? Do they oppose the state? What would be your vision of this?
Shall I start?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. You're totally right. I liked very much your observation about the role of opposition, if it is an opposition or not. Well, I have to say that this is part of a biggest research, which happened to be my PhD research on the nationalist patriotic opposition. So there, maybe it's much more. It's where I give an explanation, more thorough explanation about the role and why I call them opposition. But it's mostly because they're constantly under threat by the state, by the regime. They're thrown to jail. They have constant problems with the law, and they're under trial. And all this leads me to the conclusion that they're not welcome. Somebody does not want them around. So that only makes them part of the position. But in my definition, I also use this little phrase, which is called also their allies in the Duma, because this is a world which is constantly changing, and they make alliances, and then they switch from one organization to the other. Not only Holmogorov, Konstantin Krylov, who used to be to Rodina, and it goes like this. But this is why it is important to have knowledge from the field, because I was led by those leaders whom I interviewed during my fieldwork in Moscow and Petersburg, and they told me, they guided me through this very complex network and panorama, and they told me whom they considered to be theirs and whom they considered to be their opponents, right? So, and if you have been jailed, imprisoned in Russia, at least one, then you have very good chances to be part of the opposition. And those who have not been in prison are seen with conspicuousness as, regime agents. Now, on your question, I believe so, that we can see it as a way of doing politics in contemporary Russia. Well, of course, we have to distinguish, and we have to admit that everybody who goes there to fight to Donbass does it for his own interest. So we can conclude that the nationalists and the nutsballs, they do it for their ideology. So yes, in this sense, it is their political stance towards the regime and towards society and towards world politics. But then, how about maybe the mercenaries? They may do it for the money, or because they are used to follow their leaders all over. They cannot integrate to civil life again. So that's their way of living. And the tourists, they may do it for fun or for becoming famous. There was a case of an actor I was told, who went there and took pictures and actually shoot against targets. Yeah. And then there are the doctors who, they may do it because of their profession, but they might also do it for ideological reasons. So you're right. Thank you.
Thank you. You are absolutely right that, I mean, in my paper, and especially in the presentation, I have made almost no reference to the violence, the non-state actors that use violence. I mean, I can justify partially this making a reference to the audience of my paper. I wanted to reach out to people who do not deal with Ukrainian politics, who've not been following Ukrainian studies on a daily basis, and had already seen, I mean, on TV, all these kind of pictures of private sector marching up and down the Kreshatik. So they thought that this is what is going on in Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine has been taken over by these violent groups of fascists. And I just wanted to tell a different story. I wanted to say that there is something else, and there is something that actually can help Ukraine move one step forward towards well, a better functioning, or actually a functioning democracy. So this is why I've focused on this aspect, and I've also talked about the Samabarona and the volunteer battalions in these terms. But I do agree with you. I mean, I'm also disturbed by stories that we've heard of groups that still go patrolling up and down the streets, thinking that they are entitled to do it because they are the only ones who are defending their city, the people from the corrupt state. And here actually is where we go back to what Lucan was saying yesterday. The moment when we actually have weak institutions, a weak state that the population cannot trust because actually it has attacked them. I mean, they have already experience of the state attacking them. Then they feel entitled to take violence in their hands. I mean, I have a quote, if I can take my paper here, I forgot. Sorry. There was a quote that Andrei Kurkov mentions in his book on the Ukrainian diaries. And it's actually a quote by, I'll get it in a second.
Driving in the streets, yes. And
Yeah,
also,
no, it's not just that one. It was, yeah, it was actually in January 2014. And it's by Cardinal Lyubomir Huzar of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, who said, when the government resorts to excessive violence, the people have the right to defend themselves with the use of force. Everyone has the right to defend themselves, so there is no need to write that in the Constitution. It is in the law of nature. I have the right to defend myself and my loved ones, as does every human being. I'm not saying that I agree with this, but I think that this helps us understand where these people come from. So the only way to combat this is actually to create mechanisms through which the state can build this relationship of trust with the people. And inclusiveness, participation, I think is the most important thing. And this is why also, I mean, in relation to, for example, the volunteer battalions, I think, I mean, it has been an important step to try and integrate them in functioning structures in the police and the army. The other thing, yeah, I think maybe this also answers your other question. I mean, what do we do next? We've seen that some of the commanders have become nardepi. Whether they are representatives, actually, I mean, they were elected to the Verkhovna Rada claiming that they wanted to get some degree of representation to these volunteer battalions. I haven't really seen a lot more than populistic statements and attempts to actually build a political career on the basis of their military experience. Maybe it's still too early, we'll have to see.
Thank you. Oleg, please.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. I was wondering what you think of the argument that Mikhailo Minakov made that some of the civil groups actually contribute to the strengthening of the oligarchic regimes in Ukraine. The fact that, A, they are not transparent, we don't know who finances them actually, they don't report to the society, and so on. And the other fact being that we have seen this in the conflict around Naftogaz and other kind of energy entities, that these groups can be effectively used and incorporated actually by the oligarchic groups to exercise control and influence the state's decisions. So that's kind of like actually as a threat to the state.
You are absolutely right. If I can already reply, you are absolutely right. I mean, and actually, some of these volunteer battalions were clearly it's not a secret for anyone. They were funded by some of the oligarchs. So it is a fact that they would undermine the state, but this is also why actually I think the state's structures need to, let's say, preempt any possible reason for them to demonstrate or to take up against the state institutions. I'll give you an example. In January or probably February, I was in front of the Verkhovna Rada, and there was a demonstration, maybe 200 people from different volunteer groups, volunteer battalions, sorry. I mean, they were all wearing their camouflage. Some of them claimed that were coming straight from the front. Some of them were young people who were just being trained and were preparing to go to fight. And they were all protesting against, the parliament, but the president as well, because, I mean, they felt that the level of social protection was not enough. And I mean, it is a fact that, I mean, in the previous presentation, somebody talked about Kafkaesque procedures to acquire documentation. I think this applies also to the volunteers, or to the people who've been fighting, to the point that, I mean, you may lose your leg, but you're not then entitled to have a compensation if this is not appropriately demonstrated. So, I mean, there are genuine reasons why these people were demonstrating, yet I think that actually there were people who were maneuvering them. Because, I mean, I was with Anna Nemtsova, and we were asking some of these the people who were coordinating, let's say, this group of demonstrators, and probably some, I had the impression that these two were Afghans. And they were kind of giving answers, but then they were always looking to the side, and there was another guy who was younger, more like smarter looking. He was wearing kind of camouflage, but chic camouflage clothes, and he was basically feeding these two guys the answers. So, I mean, maybe I'm naive or extremely suspicious, but I have the impression that he was there for another reason. So, I mean, what I wanted to say is that it's true. I mean, and in the volunteer battalions, I mean, we find everything. I mean, there are a mixed bag of everything. There are people who generally went there to defend Ukraine. There are people who wanted an adventure. There were people who had no other chances. But the moment, well, actually, they get structured and they get provided for and they get acknowledged for the sacrifice that they have endured, then, I mean, there is no reason for them to take to the streets, and therefore any other intervention gets published, gets punished, like Pravi Sector in Mukachevo.
Andrei, please, let's make questions and answers short.
Sorry.
Actually, it was not a. Thank you. Actually, it's not a question. It's rather a comment to what Sophia said and what you said about the place of nationalist movements in the structure of Russian political relations. I think we should not underestimate the degree of pragmatism of Russian politics and rational nationalist movements in particular. Because if you trace what they were saying last, 4 years, you would be shocked by how do their attitudes change. I have a personal feeling that they earn some political capital criticizing Russian government and criticizing Putin in peaceful times, and in order to sell their political capital in the times of crisis for higher price. So take an example, a famous Russian neo-Nazi intellectual journal, Sputnik and Pogrom, or pro-Soviet movement, which is Sуть времени, the essence of time. They all act in this manner. They just earn political capital and sell it when crisis comes. So it's, of course, they share nationalist ideology, but actually they follow the same cynical pragmatism of Russian state when Putin state cooperates with European neo-Nazi parties in providing them place for their conferences in St. Petersburg, or giving them an opportunity to participate in referendum in Crimea. So that's basically it, and that's why you should also, I think, make a distinction between the political leaders of nationalist opposition that you were talking about and the ordinary people that go to Donbass to kill each other.
Would you respond briefly?
Yes, you're pretty much saying that nationalist organizations follow their cynical pragmatism, so they actually follow the economic principle of maximizing their benefits, pretty much. They were like a firm, like an enterprise, which I don't really share, because I think that people do not only go into politics because they're going to get profit out of it. Some of them may do. Neither that their leaders became their leaders because they want to have political or economic or other sorts of benefits. For example, to the forefront, there are also leaders going to fight in Donbass. And there you have, there is a clash, but I totally agree with you that we have to look, there is a game, an ideological game, and it's manipulated from, for example, the European Conservative Forum that you mentioned in St. Petersburg, organized by Rodina. Basically, that was the ones who were put in front. It was made for different reasons, which it will not be a short response if I go on. I leave it there. There is a mix of two. I agree, but I don't leave human emotions and human ideologies apart. Neither the role of the civil society in war apart, as yesterday we had a conversation with Lukan's book. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh, please.
Sophia, I'm thrilled you're doing this research. I'm totally interested in this, and a question for you. One of the sort of stories you hear that's floated around, and I'd like your assessment of the extent to which your research confirms this, denies this, is that when these fighters return back to Russia, this is a potential source of opposition to Putin. And so my question is, from your research on both sides, like anything that you know about fighters who have gone to Donbass from Russia, especially the more irregular fighters who are going, is there a sense that these are people who come from groups that you think could be a threat going back? Do you have a sense from talking to people in these groups of how the regime is treating these soldiers when they come back? Are they being treated as heroes? Are they being treated as potential threats? Is this meme of a potential threat from these returning foreign fighters overstated? Is it something we shouldn't even be thinking about? It's just a blip. I mean, because there is this larger story there's this larger story of the fear of destabilization of foreign fighters who are going to the Middle East, returning back home, and lots of sort of counterterrorism concern about what these people are going to do when they're coming back. And I'm just sort of wondering from the people you've been talking about, where you fit Russians going to Eastern Ukraine into this larger narrative. Thanks.
Exciting question, Josh. Thank you very much. You just gave me a brilliant idea for next year's Danyliw seminar presentation. So the thing is that we have to leave time pass. Time will tell. Number one. Number two, I'd only interviewed one fighter / leader, and this is not a representative sample. What he told me that now Russian nationalists are coming back because of the ceasefire, and they're going to concentrate on more political activities. I would recommend at this stage to sit back and research on a daily basis what's going on, but I wouldn't go I wouldn't drive conclusions to this point. Of course, there are dangerous people there, and or there are people who have dangerous ideologies, to put it better. And some of these people are getting trained, and then we don't know what will happen with the weapons that they're going to use while in Donbass. And many of them are anti-systemic, so they want to overthrow the government. That's what we do know. We cannot really foresee what is going to happen. It will depend also a lot on Putin's policies against them. How is he going to go on with the managed nationalism idea? What are they going to come up with?
Actually, to add to Sophia's argument, an association of veterans of Donbass on the separatist side just has been created in Moscow. We had a launching meeting in Moscow, so wait and see how it will work, how it will be funded, what will be the relationship with the state. Ralph, please.
Really quickly for Sophia, the photo you showed was very, very interesting, and it can be used to assess the extent to which these guys are actually supported financially by taking a look at their kit, especially taking a look at their weapons and taking a look at the way that they carry the weapons. One of the weapons that one of the guys was carrying is a very sophisticated sniper rifle that's typically used only by Russian commando units. From back here, anyway, that's certainly the way it appeared. So, and it's easy to do that, by the way. Those guys looked professional, if nothing else. Their kit was standardized, and those weren't just weekend soldiers.
You see, and without NATO's help.
Two last questions, Hilde, and then your question, sir.
Thanks very much, both of you, for very interesting presentations. I wanted to ask Sophia a question, and it's more, maybe a bit more general, but I just wondered, I mean, looking, since I've dealt with the Balkans before, and I know it's not contextually comparable always, but I think what you saw there is that to a large extent over the years, the civil society kind of got very marginalized, and there's been a lot of international kind of focus from the EU and stuff on building the institutions, maybe more than actually allowing the space for the civil societies to participate. So I just wondered, in the case of Ukraine, how do you see, how can one ensure that all this energy and this inclusive, that you could have an inclusive process, and at the same time manage to get through all these reforms that are also needed in Ukraine at the moment? And yeah, sorry.
Well, I mean, this is the $1 million question. I mean, if I had known, I wouldn't be sitting here. Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's very difficult to square the circle. I mean, you need to conduct reforms, but then I spoke with some people, and I found these conversations very disturbing, because I mean, they basically were proposing of rolling over whatever sort of participation of civil society, because it would be slowing down the whole process of conducting reforms. And I mean, this defies to me the very idea of the Maidan. I mean, the reason why the revolution happened was that people wanted to have a say in the management of their country. It's also true that one needs to understand what is the difference between having a direct role in the management and actually controlling. So I mean, I think it's in the interest of the Ukrainian institutions to create mechanisms that allow civil society to participate in the adoption of major decisions.
Thank you.
Just a question to Rosaria. It seems to me what you've said today and what we've heard over the past 2 days is a great illustration of Reggie Debray's old thesis of revolution and a counter-revolution. In other words, the old administration was decapitated, but most of it stayed behind. Now it's beginning to marginalize the revolutionary elements, the various advisory councils either not meeting, not being listened to. I think, as you've said, about the two ministries. Yesterday, we spoke about the fact that the judiciary and the procuracy is not being really reformed. In other words, the old administration is still staying in place. We heard the same thing about the parliament, the Rada, where we have the gray cardinals still handing out envelopes, still controlling things. In other words, what we have is the reformation of the old regime with more sophisticated, more competent English-speaking players who may, for the sake of it, make things look better, but it's really the same system staying in place with a different cover. And examples of that are the fact that people are patrolling the streets, are taking violent actions, simply because they don't see enough change in the regime to suit them.
Well, if it is the old or the new, or a new regime, I cannot tell you. I mean, I don't necessarily think that it's old people coming back, but it's definitely true that vested interests are getting back into leading positions in Ukraine. And I mean, my experience of Ukraine is that there is a as in many other countries, but there is a wide discrepancy between actually the institutions and the people who have different aspirations. So, yeah, I think there is. We've witnessed the first phase in the first months after the Maidan, where the institutions were non-existent or so weak that actually they needed the civil society to perform these practical functions, like really providing security in the streets, but also they needed them to legitimize their intervention. So that's why, I mean, some of these at the regional level, there were these civil society councils that were somehow endorsing the decisions of the authority. At a point, and this is where we are now, I think the state institutions feel that probably they don't need these decisions anymore. I also have the feeling that the international community has been pushing a lot for quick reforms. There is a sense of frustration because changes do not take place. So it is possible that there is a collective responsibility on the side of the international community to actually push for change to happen, whatever the cost.
Thank you, Rosaria, and thank you both for this fascinating discussion. Unfortunately, we have to stop, but we'll have a chance to discuss these issues during the next panels. For the participants, before we go to lunch, we have a collective picture to take. So just put your best smile on, and then we'll have lunch and be back at 2? At 2. Mm-hmm. At 1, sorry. 45 minutes. Yeah.
je suis mort de trouille en anglais. Je crois que jamais j'arriverai à être à l'aise dans cette présentation. Il y a Ralph Clem en plus qui va vérifier si c'est bien des snipers ou pas des snipers. Je pense que je vais l'interpeller dans le truc parce que j'ai évité de me faire descendre un peu.
So we're starting, so if everyone wants to take a seat, put down their beverages. Great, so we are starting our last big session of the seminar with 3 panels in a row after lunch. This panel is called The Combatants. Oh yes, I'm supposed to make 2 reminders. First of all, everyone turn off your cell phones. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds to do so. Take out your cell phone, turn it off. You think it's off but you don't remember? Take a second and check and turn it off. We don't want anyone ringing during people's presentations. Secondly, when you ask a question, if you can actually stand up, apparently that would be easier for the filming. So hopefully I'll try to remind you if you're not standing to stand, but if you can remind yourselves to stand, that would be terrific. So, okay, the combatants.
We have two really excellent presentations. I'm very excited to hear them. So first, we will have Amandine Regamey from Université de Paris Sorbonne. Okay. Women Snipers in the East, Analyzing a War Legend. 10 minutes, please.
Thank you. I will start with showing a short video of Nadezhda Savchenko arrest. The video was presented by her lawyer as such, as a video of her arrest. It was shot by separatist fighters when she was captured.
Самооборона Майдана. Женщина-снайпер.
Вот.
Тельник еще.
Да ты по нам сегодня?
Ні, я не снайпер.
Нож, снайпер.
А кто ты?
У мене автомат.
Разбегитесь, народ!
Thank you. So you can see here that as soon as she's captured, she's accused of being a sniper. Of course, you're a sniper. And if you see the first media reports, also, she was said to be a woman sniper and then accused of killing the journalists. And this reference to women sniper in this well-known case drew my attention because it's echoed with a previous research I had made on Chechnya. And just to show you some pictures, the legend of women snipers was indeed widespread among the Russian army in Chechnya in the first Chechen war and in the second Chechen war. And women was accused of serving as snipers, either Baltic women, and you have here some snapshots from films, or Chechen girls on women, and obviously it's also other snapshots from film. And it really had an effect on the field. And on the left, you have just an extract of a newsreel by ORT showing a woman who was arrested on the accusation that she was a sniper. And here the military officer is just showing the proof on her hand, alleged gunpowder and the rifle marks on her cheek. So it really had an impact. And in Ukraine, both sides of the conflict report about the detention of women snipers. Either in cases when women are arrested either on the battlefield, captured on the battlefield, or arrested for their alleged military activities, they are said to be snipers. And I gave in the paper one example of the arrest of a 19-year-old girl in Donetsk in January, who is presented as a sniper who killed 10 Ukrainian soldiers. And the proofs that are given by the newspaper are just conversation on social media where she just shows off, saying that I am a sniper and that's the rifle I use. And she poses in military fatigues that are obviously too big for her, and she never held a gun. And this information comes from the Ukrainian SBU and was published in media such as Union, Ukrainska Pravda, and in a Euromaidan press release. And here we obviously have a case of fabrication by officials and the crucial role of the media in propagating this legend. But legends are not a synonym to propaganda. And here I would call Marc Bloch, who as an historian also relies on his experience in the First World War to show how legends emanate from the field, rumors emanate from the field, and circulate among soldiers because they are an expression of their particular situation. And we have the same here in once again on both sides. You have the second cases of allegations of women snipers when soldiers are under sniper fire and they say that the one shooting, the snipers shooting, are women. The first here is an interview with a Vostok battalion fighter after the battle of the Donetsk airport, where he said that they were mercenaries and that these mercenaries were women. And the second is an excerpt from TSN report on the Donbass battalion, where the journalist says that the men are afraid of, most of all, of enemy snipers, and that this function on the terrorist side is carried out by girls. So why is there this constant reference to women snipers and this link with women snipers? First, obviously, there is a reactivation of the white tight legends that existed in
In Chechnya, the white tides saw that are alleged fighters from the Baltic states, women mercenaries from the Baltic states, and it allows to play on the link between the Baltic states, Ukrainians, and fascists, because they are supposed to be the heirs of the Forest brothers who fought against Soviet soldiers. And the white tides name recalls also the white camouflage suits worn by Finnish soldiers who moved on skis and hid in the forest during the Winter War. And this link ski gun leads us to the fact that these white tides are supposed to be former biathlon champions. And this rumor emerged once again here when we have accusation that this woman on the left is Olena Petrushna, a former Olympic biathlon champion who was at that time Deputy Ministry of Sports in the Ukraine government. And the accusations are made on very high level, not only by Novorossiya leaders, but also by different official Russian government newspapers. And another example I will quickly talk about this is this press conference by Valery Bolotov when he says that some women snipers were arrested and that he thinks that one of them is Lithuanian. In fact, when you look at all the video, you see that at the end, the journalist wants him to say that she's Lithuanian. At the end, he backs up and said that obviously he doesn't know where she's from, and he's talking anyway about another person. So this may be one of the reasons, but it cannot be the only explanation. And I think one of the other explanations is the increased visibility of the women in the armed force, of armed women among military forces, because both sides insist to show that there are women among them. And it's very important to highlight the presence of women, to show that it's a people movement and there are a lot of voluntaries. And they stress their ability, present them as specialists. And here we have, I think, an interesting growing confusion on the term sniper. If you look at these two reports on TSN, once again, Devushka sniper, obviously there is a confusion between the term sniper and the term strelok. Strelok. If a sniper is a highly specialized military professional with a specific rifle and who fires from concealed position, Strelok is just a rifleman. And obviously we're talking about infantry, a soldier with a gun, and no more. And obviously this girl who just came in the military after being a hairdresser has no formation to fight as a sniper. And in other reports, she was presented just as Strelok. And the other confusion, I think, can be traced down to the Maidan and to the discussions around the question of snipers, because the debates about Maidan snipers have had two different debates. There are discussions on who did have weapon and who did shoot at the protesters. It's not especially about expertise of proficiency of those who shoot, but just who did shoot, who did fire. And on the other hand, arguments are built using the term sniper in its narrow military sense, concealed position, sharpshooter, inflicting specific injuries, and the sniper allegedly sent by NATO are obviously skilled. And the second, I think, reason, or the third reason why we talk a lot, or there's a lot of talks about women snipers, is this question of historical reference. Where is it? Here. The fact that there were women snipers during the Second World War. There was a special school for training women snipers in the Soviet Union. The most famous is Lyudmila Pavlichenko, who is credited with 309 kills. And she is well known. She's obviously a very well-known figure among separatist fighters, but she's also known in Ukraine. And here you have a film about her that was released in January this year. And finally, I think the last question, of course, is about masculinity and eroticization of the woman, which turns into the image of a dangerous woman. War is obviously about masculinity. You have an example here, but I think that it's very important in economic depressed region where men have lost their ability to be breadwinners, and taking a gun is a possibility, an opportunity to be once again a man. So you have this on the one side, and on the other hand, you have this eroticization of the women with a gun, as you can see on this Banderivka t-shirt. And in the same spirit, in March this year, there was this beauty contest, which was filmed by the most courageous journalist in the universe, as Rafliam said yesterday. And in here, you see how women pictures themselves with gun, and how it's part of the self-presentation of the women. And one of the contestants of this concourse explained to journalists that all guys say that when we are with them, they feel more like men. And this seems to me like a key phrase, because while men feel like men when women are alongside, they feel threatened in their masculinity when they are on the other side. And this leads us to the last aspect of the legend I wanted to talk about, the image of dangerous women. In Chechnya, the white tides were said to take specific pleasure in shooting soldiers in their reproductive organs and in castrating Russian soldiers. And this legend also made it to Ukraine. If you see the interview I was talking about this Vostok fighter, snipers were chicks. And by the way, one of our fighters, he's injured. He was shot in the inner part of the thigh. She aimed at his groin. So really the idea that these women are trying to castrate soldiers. It's a very old legend. We can talk about this. I would like to conclude. I would like to conclude on something on the effect on the field and the effect for women. I think it's very important. And I was reading today in the morning a new report that has been released by the Committee for Civic Liberties, Ukrainian, and the International Federation for Human Rights on civilians in the conflict. And there is in the report one case of a woman volunteer who distributed humanitarian aid and who was arrested in Donetsk in June 2005 by the Donetsk People's Republic Ministry of Internal Affairs. She was held for 2 months in detention. She was tortured. She was, in fact, the fact she was pregnant, she was beaten. And she was accused of being a sniper for Pravi Sector. So for me, in fact, I think the importance of working on this legend and deconstructing the legend is not only a research question. I think it's also an ethical or moral obligation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Our second presentation, we'll have applause afterwards. Anna Kolan-Lebedev, Back to War, Afghanistan Veterans in the Armed Conflict in Donbass. 10 minutes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What I will present you today is really a beginning of a larger field work. So it's a kind of some first preliminary observation I want to share you with what I see during my last field work in Ukraine. And of course, I will give no answers, only questions, because what was raised by this preliminary field work is a lot of questions. I worked on Afghanistan veterans, the veterans, not Afghans, but Ukrainians who took part in the Soviet war in Afghanistan in the 80s, the 1980s, and who live in Ukraine right now. My research was in 2 parts. But actually, what are we talking about? The Ukrainian veterans of the Soviet war in Afghanistan were conscripts as well as officers involved in the Soviet armed actions in Afghanistan between 1979 and 1989. 160,000 Ukrainians, more than 3,000 killed according to official data, and 8,000 injured. Today we have around 150,000 veterans living in Ukraine. We have this common history shared with all other post-Soviet countries of a difficult return to civil life, post-traumatic syndrome, non-treated by the Soviet state, some difficulties to regain a social status, and also what we have in Ukraine, which what we don't necessarily have in all the post-Soviet countries, is a very strong, structured network of veterans movements all around Ukraine, quite centralized with some dissident organization, but quite organized and involving most of these veterans. And actually, I presented a few years ago an account of this, of research on this organization at Danyliw seminar. My field work was in two parts. First part, 2010-2011, when I worked on these veterans organizations. And what I observed was basically that. A commemorative movement, a brotherhood network, very linked to Russia and other post-Soviet countries, with people very concerned about they past as combatants, non-volunteer combatants in Afghanistan, but it was a kind of, a memorial thing. Most of those I interviewed were quite well integrated, and some of them very well integrated in the civil life. They were employees or managers or intellectual workers or whole businesses, and were quite. I didn't see many disadvantaged veterans in my first field work. Also because it was. I interviewed mostly people inside the organization and the organization's network. So they were people that could have adapted. Maybe the others were. Of course, we have different situations, but basically what I observed was a good integration in the civil life and a nostalgia of this youth, of this war experience, transmitted in commemoration in this kind of events like song contests and festivals and meetings in Russia, in Central Asia, sometimes in Ukraine, often international field work. When I was back to my field work in 2015, the pictures in 2014, but my field work was in 2015 with the veterans. It was in a framework on a very different project. I was supposed to make interviews, collect testimonies of Afghanistan veterans all over the former Soviet Union. It was a part of a collective project, but in Ukraine, it happened that all my respondents were very actively involved in the armed conflict in Donbass. And of course, the research dramatically changed, and a large part of the interviews was on this kind of, also on the mix of their war experience, or their past war experience, and on the present war experience. What I observed is a militarization of these people, but a kind of specific militarization, and I will go more in depth in this. My presentation will be in three parts. First, what does it mean being back to war after 20 years of peace? Second, what happened to this brotherhood of soldiers that they claim to be so strong when the brotherhood is split in two by the front line? And third question, what about Soviet values? And this is a kind of continuation of a discussion we had with Mikhail Vininsky a few time ago. Soviet values that seem to be very strong among these Afghanistan veterans. First part, being back to war after 20 years of peace. The pictures, the anonymized pictures, are from the veterans' personal archives. The other ones are taken from open sources. Most of my interviewees, except one, were very active in Maidan and in the Afghanska Sotnya, the Afghan battalion on Maidan, and then very naturally, there was not a kind of the transition was invisible to them, I would say, switched from Maidan to the volunteer battalions. It was a logic continuation, so most of them found themselves in Aidar battalion. This is a picture taken in summer 2014. Most of my respondents were then in the Afghanska Rota of the Aidar battalion, with a kind of great enthusiasm. Not enthusiasm, I wouldn't say that, but a kind of commitment that was very visible. One of my respondents tells about this adrenaline they had during the first weeks. I've lost 15 kilograms in a few weeks. I was like a 24-year-old. I got six-pack abs. I was jumping on the armored vehicle like a youngster. And then suddenly it stopped. All this energy was adrenaline. I've been leaning on adrenaline for 3 weeks. Others also find themselves remembering the previous war they had. 5 minutes left. Oh no, this is so cruel. One of my respondents told me I was there in a vehicle in Donbass, and then I had the recollection of that smell. It was the same smell of metal and dust they have in Afghanistan. So fighting at the age of 50 was not easy for them, and most of them retired from the front line, but still were and are actively involved in the war. I'm not sure what we observe here is a reactivation of violent socialization. My observation is that these people were civilians. At the moment they started, they were experienced. They were definitely back to civil life. But what we observe, the way we observe them is, I mean, what I see in my fieldwork is that they feel exactly the same as the same non-Afghan veterans combatants on the front line. The war made them reconsider the Afghanistan experience. One of my respondents said, when we were under shelling for the first time in August, a Russian shelling, we, the Afghans, the Afghanistan veterans, had the same understanding at the same moment. We were playing the Mujahideen's role here, coming with a rifle and receiving in return an artillery fire so strong that you can't do anything. We felt like them when the tanks attacked. That's why I have compassion for the Afghans. We shouldn't have gone there. I understood that a long time ago. And this is something I heard from many of them. This step back from the front line resulted in a huge diversity and fluidity of forms of involvement. We have, among my respondents, regular fighters, but less and less regular fighters because old wounds start to make things different. We have lots of occasional fighters, lots. We have occasional fighters, those who go to fight during their work holidays and then are back to the civil life. We have battalion supply groups which go on weekends, supplying battalions with provision and different things. We have people providing training, people financing training, and people morally supporting, as one of my respondents, who is a singer. So different and fluid forms of involvement. What I show here is that there is a huge diversity for the same person, the huge diversity of ways of being involved. There's no strict separation, and this is about the volunteer battalions, no strict separation between volunteering and fighting. All things are fluid. The guy here, he's coming with a supply mission, as you can see from the bottles of water and boxes, but still carrying a rifle, right? Because during his stay with the battalion, he was there fighting. Of course, this is 2014. Since the battalions were more institutionalized, things changed a little bit. 2 minutes, perfect. What happened to this brotherhood of soldiers that appeared very strong? When they first told me that we have such a strong brotherhood of soldiers in 2010, I was thinking, come on. Everybody says that, we are strong, we are the best, we are friends forever, nothing can split us as two. Actually, there is something very interesting about it. We had a violent split between Ukrainian and Russian Afghans. What I have here is a quotation by Franz Klintsevich, who is the leader of the Russian Organization of Veterans, an MP in the Russian parliament, extremely anti-Ukrainian and extremely supportive of Putin. And my respondents were just, could he do that? He's a traitor. But on a field level, on the level of the everyday relationship, the situation is quite different. Across the front line, we have a strong friendship ties. All of my respondents know people on the other side of the front line fighting for the pro-Russian separatists, and some of them are still friends. One of my respondents tells, quoting, mentioning his friend on the other side of the front line. We have an arrangement. If one of us see the other's military unit, first we do a phone call and then we shoot. We agreed to always keep in touch. And when I move, I always make a call. Where are you? I'm moving this way. You understand? He understands and doesn't open fire. The link is still here. The brotherhood is still there to secure prisoners exchange and bodies transfer. One of my respondents who took part in a prisoners exchange told me that the exchanges secured by the Afghanistan veterans are the strongest. Our contacts are the most stable. We trust each other because we have already had a war in our lives. It's maybe not very nice to look at. We arrive from each side of the front line. We hug each other. We shake each other's hand. We exchange our prisoners, and we go away. Maybe some people would be shocked because we look like, but if these kind of things didn't exist, it would have been a nightmare. So this makes us imagine what their reconciliation could be and the role of this kind of communities, which is it's not specific to Afghans. I think it's strong in Afghans' case, but it's not specific. As for the Soviet values, I stop here. And I hope we'll have questions about that during the discussion. But just in one word, Soviet values were presented as a kind of explanation of the split between Donbass and the rest of the country. Afghans are seen, and there's a part of truth in that, to be the most strong carriers of Soviet values in Ukrainian society. And actually, they split in two. And I have huge examples of, very impressive examples of veterans still strong in carrying strong Soviet values on the pro-Ukrainian side. And I'll be happy to go on in the discussion and go more in depth.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I just want to make a few comments and tie some things together with these presentations. I think, obviously, they connect so much with a lot of the themes we've been talking about in the course of this seminar, particularly in the last 2 days on the conflict in Donbass, specifically. Of course, Anna's paper, it's okay? Anna's paper picks up a lot of these issues of civil society, right, and the role of civil society organizations. And of course, Amondine's work really connects with Jennifer Carroll's work on sort of these memes and activizations of ideas and this sort of the semiotic concept of the sniper, right? And of course, with Ralph Clem's work too on credibility and the credibility of images and how they can play a role in the transfer of knowledge and information. But I actually think these papers go together really well and open up a different conversation building on Anna's final comment about the Sovok and Soviet values, and that both papers are really about this sort of world of the post-Soviet space as a space, and that the experience of Afghansi is an experience of Afghansi across the entire Soviet space, right? So here we see them divided, but this is a Soviet experience, right? And for Amandine, this the legend of the sniper coming from the Soviet experience in World War II, right, carried through these other wars, but that this is a legend and a cultural understanding from the Soviet experience in World War II that we see activated today. So in a way, these papers are very interesting, and I think questioning how we talk about the Soviet past in the present, actually. And I want to point to, and this will be sort of questions and comments for both of you. For Anna, I'd like you to elaborate a bit more on what you were just saying at the end of your presentation, and particularly this idea of, at the end of your paper, you talked about the necessity for situational explanations versus cultural explanations. And this idea that Afghansi is not an explanation, it's not an explanatory factor. It's there, it's something that someone has in their repertoire and it can be activated at a certain moment. So I'd like you to sort of talk about that a little bit more. And I'd like you to speculate a little bit on the Russian side. In other words, you had this Ukrainian side of these lovely stories of, hey, I'll call you, and then you can move to the other side. But if you interviewed the Russian Afghanists, do you think that you get the same story, or might the story be different? In other words, might the activation of Afghansi activate differently in Russia than in Ukraine? And then for Amandine, I wonder, in your paper, you mentioned a couple more sort of sniper and sniper-esque legends like the franc-tireur in the Franco-Prussian War. And so I'm wondering, what is particular to this space about the sniper, right? Is there a border of a sniper legend? You know, do we move into Germany and then we don't have legends about snipers anymore? So what is sort of the cultural borders of the sniper legend? So I'd like to start with those two questions, and while they're answering, I'll take questions from the room.
About what's particular. In fact, the question is that this legend embodies different fears. And let's talk only about soldiers' fears. So these different fears can take different forms in different circumstances, in different cases. There is always in the situations when soldiers are in what they perceive as an hostile environment, fear of the civilians. And this fear of the civilians can take different forms. It can take the form of franc-tireur during the First World War, but it can take some other forms and other legends. And for example, in Vietnam, the American soldiers in Vietnam, one of the idea was the idea that, well, there were also legends about snipers, but mainly about Vietnamese prostitutes who'd put bottle of cokes in their vagina so as to castrate American soldiers. This is, of course, and there were other legends of this type. But here we have an interesting moment that it shows us that there is something behind, which is this overall, what is at stake in war is always a question of masculinity. So it can also take different forms and different incarnation. For example, I've never seen, I haven't seen anything in Afghanistan about women snipers, because to think that there are women snipers on the other side, you have to think that these women are sufficiently emancipated to take a gun and shoot at you. So this fear of women take different forms, also different depending on the cultural representation you have of the enemy. So on the one hand, there is something universal about it. There were, of course, a lot of legends in the German army. The same kind. And on the other hand, there are each time a specific social context in which these fears just take form.
I'm not sure if I can respond properly. Let's just start from this. What was striking in my fieldwork, of course, I made interviews only with the Ukrainian side, but I read a lot of things published by Afghansi on the separatist side. And the similarity of discourses in both cases was really striking. They were building up their involvement on the same values. My country is in danger. I have to defend my motherland, and we, the Afghansi, are the ones who once proved we could defend our motherland. So this was a kind of departure point of this reflection on war as a situation and the place of Soviet values, which, from my point of view, cannot explain the involvement on the one side or on the other side. Because the same values, actually these values of patriotism and self-sacrifice, etc., were reactivated on the Ukrainian side. They were not active for a long time and reactivated with the war and started to be socially valorized again. So it helped Afghansi a lot, but it was also the case on the opposite side. From my point of view, we often, especially when talking about fighters, battalions, volunteers, have the feeling that war radically switched identities. We had a civil identity, people had civil identity before the war, and then Maidan is the turning point. Maidan or anti-Maidan is the turning point, and some different human beings emerged with a dominant other identity. My research shows the exact opposite, that people are building up their previous experience and situations they experienced, and the networks don't disappear and the social statuses do not disappear, they adjust to war. And I think we have to combine this, sociological pre-war explanation and what we observe in war conditions.
Great. So let's move to some questions. Mikhailo.
I get to answer first, or rather question first. And I think that, and in fact, I think we've made a little bit too much of our supposedly disagreement about Savok. Because to me, for example, Savok is about hierarchy and power distance and sort of a belief in the fact that powerful others control my destiny, and sort of this idea of an individualism internally with a display of collective allegiance. And the Afghans are not Savok in that the definition. But I actually wanted to thank both of the speakers, because I think that I wouldn't actually name this session the combatants. I would name it something like the way myths are formed, because I think that what we've talked about is the idea of the in Ukrainian it's mythologizatsiya, the mythologization, the creation of myths. For example, the woman sniper and the Afghansi. Afghan is a myth, and I remember very well in the Maidan, about 10 days in, when the Samoborona was being formed, suddenly the idea of the Samoborona became legitimized because there's an Afghanska sotnya. And if there's an Afghanska sotnya, that means we're okay, because they will protect us, and they're the ones that know how to actually fight. I wonder if both of you could possibly comment a little bit about whether or not you believe that this idea of myth-making in a combative situation, to what extent is it being done, if you like, from the ground up? This is a grassroots thing, and to what extent this is something that is being, if you like, dirigiste, someone is sort of, in other words, is this a top-down or a bottom-up process, or if there's the woman sniper is clearly a media meme, but it's also something that's popular amongst people. The Afghansi, it's also a media meme, but it's also something that is popular amongst people. How does that interplay happen?
Well, I can answer very briefly, because it's both. It's a cycle, and what you can really see how some representations are embedded in fiction. They are reactivated by officials, by the media, but they also correspond to some experience, and they wouldn't be reactivated this way if not. So I think it's really difficult to find the first time the legend came. So it's really being a process of a cycle process.
When I was doing my fieldwork in 2010, all of it was about myth. They were kind of in a magma of documents, imagery, mythology, stories of what an Afghanistan is. I wouldn't be. Today we are in the process, so I can't really answer you. But actually, to go back to our not so disagreement, I absolutely agree. And this is not you. I quoted it was Volodymyr Vyatorovich. I quoted on my presentation, right? And here the disagreement is stronger, I think. But what we have in the case of Afghanse, we still have practices that are really labeled as can really be labeled as Soviet. This practice, song festivals, in military fatigues and patriotic song. This is something from an anthropological point of view. This is really, really Soviet practices, and they are reactivated today at the front line. I have my guy, the singer, singing in front of the soldiers, and all his pictures are classical Soviet pictures of what is supposed to be in a good Soviet army, but actually he's on the Ukrainian side. This was also an invitation to reintegrate, not to have a different approach and a different vision of these practices labeled as Soviet.
Yulia.
Stand up, please. Yulia.
Stand up, yeah. So I will have two questions. One question for Amandine.
You don't have the right to ask
Yeah,
questions.
I'll take I'll take it. A very short question for Amandine. What does those legends tell us about fears, actually? Fears during the war. And Anna, for you, a short question also. I liked very much this idea of fluidity, diversity, and engagement as a kind of continuum, and floating, following this continuum. I would like, if you have those elements, how do you explain that some go further and become permanent fighters, for example, others remain more in retreat, just occasional? So what are their other social life, actually? So, and do you see some explanatory factors in this?
You guys can answer those two questions quickly. Great.
Fears, I think, we're talking here about soldiers' fears on the field. First, fear of being killed. And I think one of the difference with Chechnya is the fact that on the other side, Russian soldiers had Chechen armed mainly with rifles or automatic rifles and etc. Here you have heavy artillery. And so you see emerging, I talk about it in my paper, the figure of the sniper pointer, sniper navochitsa, which is like a mix of two figures and two fears. So I think this is important. And the second is fear of civilians. Who are the people we are who are around us, and what can happen to us? And the third fear, of course, is the fear of not being a man. Not being a man anymore, but also of not being able to prove yourself as a man. And I think it's crucial.
Very quick answer. And it's in a hypothesis. It's not verified yet. This war, particularly, is very interpenetrated with the civil life. We have a lot of, not all the country is on fire, right? So the civil status, the social status of the person matters. Financial status, professional status, family status, opportunity to do something else, opportunity to help in some way or some other way. And this constant movement between the front line and the civil life is the explanation, I think.
Great. Hilda.
First of all, very extremely interesting presentations. I wanted to ask Amandine, this is a question. I mean, like I saw you mentioned already now, and also you showed this picture of the fear of the kind of women on the other side, But I just wondered if you could say a bit more also about the women who are supporting on their own side, because I think also you see some kind of sexualization, say among some of the DPR people, for example, and the LPR, and you have this image of one of these ministers in Luhansk with the bikini, and you have also very, very often you see this very tall lady with the kind of lacy dresses and stuff walking around, also in the ministries in the DPR. So I just wonder, have you had any chance to look at that kind of aspect of it?
Well, if I can have my PowerPoint back, I can show you. There are some, or let's say, there is obviously even to the point of the Ministry of Defense, the use of the image of the beautiful woman soldier, which is very, very ambiguous. In fact, because it's on the one hand, okay, they're fighting with us. On the other hand, their main quality is to be very pretty and to be next to us. But I think what is most important here is the fact that the capacity to project what is around you and the women near to you to the enemy, because I think it's in one of the songs I quote in the beginning of my paper. There is really the idea that on the other side they're just like us. So if our women can be like this, then their women also can be like this. So I think this is an important point of the women around and the women on the other side.
Laura.
don't know if I have to stand since I'm tall. So my question is for Amandine as well. So I really enjoyed your paper because, again, I think when we think about war, we always hear about the masculine perceptions of war, and so I really liked your research on Chechnya and then this paper as well because I think it shows us a different side and a feminization of war. So I was wondering, what do the government and the rebels actually gain by perpetuating these stereotypes of women? Because when I was reading your paper, we see lots of quotes about dehumanization, sexualization of women, masculinization of women, and so I was wondering, why do they do it, and what do they actually have to gain from portraying women in these ways? So thank you.
Well, I'm not sure they always want this effect. When they portray just beautiful Ukrainian soldiers, women soldiers, I'm not sure they're wanting to show something else than just the fact that beauty is also a weapon, as in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Facebook you can find. But so maybe not all the time. But I think in some cases there is well, in the case I quote about the SBU talking about this young girl sniper, it's obviously just a way of showing that you've done some work and you've arrested somebody. And I think that the aim may be something. The problem is that the effect is very serious, because it is just the idea that among civilians there are 19 year old girls that just can take a rifle and shoot at our soldiers. So I think the problem is not really the aim, but the effects this legend has after.
Ivan.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for interesting presentations. And since you mentioned Maidan, I think it is an important issue. I wanted to ask all of you a question, which is actually interrelated. Whether during your research you found any references to Maidan massacre and to snipers, since there were reports even from Maidan stage about female snipers caught during the Maidan massacre, and also specifically multiple reports that there were Afghan Sotnya members or company members actually captured such snipers, and also reports that French television filmed a capture of one of the snipers in the Hotel Ukraine. So I just wonder if you have any such evidence or any such information from your research. So thank you.
In my research with Afghanistan veterans, not. What I had is in my research on Ukrainian refugees in Russia who fled to Russia, a recollection of this massacre episode as among other war legends. I had in my interviews a lot of stories told by my respondents on what happened in Kiev and what they didn't see by themselves, obviously, because they were in Luhansk and Slovyansk. So this is a very indirect. I mean, this is about myth building on the war more than about facts.
I haven't worked especially on the Maidan and on the question of snipers on the Maidan, but I've worked on the '93 coup d'etat in Moscow, around the Moscow parliament, where there were exactly the same rumors and exactly the same accusations. And you can see here the question of sniper pops up in different questions. First, snipers on the roof, you should be careful. So first, rumors about snipers, so that just go as a way of telling other people what are the security rules you should respect. And then sniper as mercenaries, of course, and that's very important. But I think that here and then the snipers, how you can prove, all the discussions about how you can prove that there were snipers. Do you use injuries to show this? Can you use the bullet impact to show that was snipers? Obviously, just a bullet impact is not sufficient. And then really a mix in the discussions between two questions that both are important: is who did shoot at the protesters? And obviously there were shooting and there were killings in '93 in Moscow and in the Maidan. So the question is who did shoot. And another question is, were there snipers? But in fact, that's two different questions, because in Moscow there were snipers. Obviously there were, because there were special police units. But there is no proof that these snipers did shoot, and this is another question.
Sophia.
Thank you for your extremely interesting presentations. I have a question for Anna. Do you have any other instances, do you have any other examples of this kind of organizations similar to the Afghansky, who developed this such strong bonds that neither the war can tear them apart?
What people told me is that in their battalions, all of them had people that had other people on the other side of the front line. So this phone calls issue seems very common to this war. And when I discussed with specialists working on other wars, with a civil dimension, I would say, all of them report this kind of relationship on the two sides on the front line. It doesn't seem specific to this war.
In the back, in the purple shirt.
Thank you. My question is for Amadine. In your research, did you come across anything about snipers as cowards, those who lurk in the shadows, that are hiding among civilians? You mentioned fear of civilians, now starting to take a hold among infantry, soldiers, etc. And if so, how do the different groups on both sides deal with it?
I'm sorry, it was very short. No, of course, it's an important trope of the image of sniper in a war and among soldiers, but in this case, no.
Natalia.
Yes, thanks for your great presentations. I have 3 very short questions for Anna.
Very short.
Very short. The first one is you told us the story of the sustainability of these friendship ties between Afghan soldiers on different sides of the front. I was wondering if you came across stories when those friendship ties were actually broken, and what would cause this breakage or collapse. And another question I have is whether you were able to talk to Afghan soldiers who are not active in the current events, and what narratives exist out there, what holds them back from this reactivation of service. And the last question I have is, you mentioned that the experience of civil life and peace are really important to understand the identities or reactivation of activities of these Afghan soldiers. But I'm wondering to what extent it can actually be explained by the Soviet construction of responsibilities and status attached to military service. Because I talked to very few Afghan soldiers who are volunteers right now, and they would always stress how they're old, but they have to help. They have this previous military experience, and they have to. So I was wondering if this reactivation might have occurred because of the Soviet construction of Soviet service.
I'm actually going to take the rest of the questions, and then we can have a group answer. So Jessica, and then Rosaria.
Thank you for both of your presentations. I really appreciated the role of visual culture and video and multimedia, and I was wondering about the presence. I guess this is a little bit of a methodological question of the camera in your work, and if you are taking the pictures, others are taking the pictures, and also the desire among the Afghansi and other subjects in the photo to auto-document their activities or to put on display their thinking and their bonds. So that's all.
Rosaria.
Presentations both. But my question is for Anna. You mentioned it during your presentation. Maybe if you can elaborate a little bit on it. The role of these networks in the process of reconciliation.
Great. Anna, 2 minutes.
Oh my God. This is not possible. All right. Ties broken, most often I think ties are broken. But in some cases they're still there, right? So I don't have any
extra more. I can't elaborate more on this. This is to be proved on. Not active Afghans, how they reacted to all these events. This will be my next field work. This one was, the method of samplings made that all these people knew each other, so they were in the same network and all were involved. Even if I had one who was not involved in Maidan and who was against Maidan among my respondents. And his involvement started with the war, when he thought, all right, I disagreed with Maidan, but since we are at war, we have to fight. And this is a very interesting also issue, which links to your following question. I think this Soviet army socialization is present among most of the men of this generation, right? All of them did the military service, the people who are in their 50s or 60s. But in case of Afghansi, it was reactivated by this memory and this strong experience during all these years, and this is why it reacted so quickly. And this is also a hypothesis to be proved. Camera use and pictures. Most of the pictures from the personal archives I showed you are pictures taken by the veterans themselves, posing in front of tanks. You have seen them. And I think this was the first initial, not enthusiasm, but commitment, and there was something in being able to take this kind of picture again of them with a rifle. I think there was an excitement about that. And mise en scène, obviously. And this is to be developed, I think. But they are very eager to talk. They accept to be filmed. There's no problem with presenting themselves as fighters and as veterans. What was the last question? Yes, networks in reconciliation. One of my respondents told me, I asked him this question. He told me, all right, with the Russians, and then he was thinking, I think we can reconcile with our guys on the other side in Russia. We can do it. We could do it if they don't attack us directly. I mean, if they don't fight against us. And with our guys in Donbass, we will. Of course we will. So this is, I let it there.
Amandine.
Okay, very shortly on the camera. Yes, just as Anna said, it's a very important part of staging yourself with a camera for women also. And there's a lot of photographs circulating. So I think I use only material I found on the internet, in fact, for this research. And it's huge importance of taking pictures, staging yourself with a gun. It's very prestigious. Well, it seems to be prestigious to stage yourself with a gun. And then sharing it is also very important. And so that's a way you can find all these images.
Great. Thank you so much, both of you, for two extremely interesting presentations. And now we'll move almost immediately to our next panel.
We'll get started.
It works now. It works now.
Does it work? Okay. You introduce?
Okay, we're gonna get started again on our second to last panel. This is a very exciting panel because it is two scholars really just returned from research. Natalia Stepaniuk returned, when, 2 weeks ago? Yeah. 2 weeks ago. Yulia was last in her field research 2 days, 3 days ago, 5 days ago? On Monday, right? So this is extremely fresh research, and I think we should have a great discussion about this new research. So this is the rise of volunteer groups, and we'll start with Natalia Stepaniuk, Volunteer Associations in Eastern Ukraine, Helping Soldiers and Refugees.
Yeah, thanks, Mayhill, for your introduction. Hello, everyone. Before I start, I just wanted to say that I'm very excited to be part of this very great and very intense seminar as a participant this time, and share some of my initial reflections and observations about the rise of civil society in Eastern Ukraine. So I think that the previous presentations very nicely paved the way for what I have to say today, bringing to light different dimensions of civil society and raising pertinent questions. Before I get down to the essence of my talk, I'd like to say a few words about my research more broadly. So what I will be speaking about is a small part of my PhD project, where I explore the effects of war in Donbass on civic engagement in Central, Eastern, and Southern Ukraine. I based my analysis of 90 interviews I conducted over the span of 5 months, so May to September 2015. I talked mostly with volunteers, but also internally displaced persons and local residents in 3 cities, Kharkiv, Odessa, and Dnipropetrovsk. The fieldwork was designed to gather information about the formation of voluntary networks, the social and occupational composition of volunteers, and I also wanted to learn about the changes in national or cultural identification, to see how active engagement to address this new traumatic reality in Ukraine gets informed by a new understanding of this national identification. So I focus on so-called backstage volunteers, so not the ones who are fighting in voluntary battalions, but those who stayed behind. Broadly speaking, there are 3 main clusters that emerged as a result of the outbreak of violence in Donbass. The first one being those who help out the army and voluntary battalions. The second one is those who help out the injured at the hospitals. And the third one is volunteers who help out internally displaced persons. So each cluster of volunteers filled in a different niche or space created by the state incapacity to fully carry out the cost of the warfare. So I tried to stratify the sampling of interviews to cover this diversity of volunteering tasks and engagements. So right now I'd like to focus on 2 points. And first I want to talk about the factors that enable the organizational success of the voluntary movement in these regions that were previously seen as pervasively passive with low capability for mobilization. And second, I want to outline the tendencies in the evolution of the voluntary movement over the last year. So Rosaria mentioned about the glass ceiling faced by civil society, so I want to elaborate on that a little bit more. So on the first point, the organizational success. My findings suggest that there are 3 things that are of specific importance here. The first one being Euromaidan protests, both at the national and local levels. The next one is the social nexus of volunteering. And the third one is the occupational composition of volunteers. I'll briefly talk about each point. So Euromaidan. The networks that emerged during Maidan in Kiev and local Maidans in the three cities were really crucial because they provided a venue for like-minded people to interact, bond, and create ties that would later underpin the formation of voluntary networks. For example, regional and social bridging that occurred in Samooborona or self-defense units during Maidan shaped the contours of some voluntary networks. When the events shifted from Kiev to eastern Ukraine, many people from the self-defense units would go and fight, would join the voluntary battalions, but some of them would stay behind and provide much needed supplies like clothing and food and equipment. A number of other networks also emerged during Maidan, such as the psychological crisis service that would later reorient their activities to address the needs generated by war and violence. In January and February, when events shifted away from Kiev to eastern Ukraine, local Maidans in these cities became very important because, again, it was a venue for people to interact and create ties, but also because protesters at these local Maidans, especially in Kharkiv, were regularly beaten and attacked by Titushke, and in a way it strengthened their commitment to stay engaged and gave them the sense that there is no way back, that they cannot just step away and go back to life as it was before. But of course, the voluntary movement is not simply a continuation of the Euromaidan protests. New people joined in high numbers for various reasons at different times. And here I find that social networks of those impacted by war became the basis for this new wave of civic mobilization. So likely joiners were the ones who had someone directly impacted by war, someone who got conscripted, or someone who suddenly became internally displaced. In their close or extended social circle. One of my interviewees compared civic mobilization with multi-level marketing, and I thought that it's a very good way to actually describe it. When people relied on the bring your friend in principle to collect funds and find much needed supplies. So that's what one of my interviewees said. If you know a pharmacist who can help with purchasing medicine at a discounted rate, or if you know an entrepreneur who can find good deals on shoes or clothing, you ask them for help. And I thought that this rootedness of voluntary networks in private ties deserves attention for two reasons. First, it suggests that the vibrant private sphere considerably strengthened the voluntary movement, injecting civic concerns into private ties. And in the literature, we often see arguments that weak ties are important for civic engagement because they generate broader social engagement, less selfish attitudes, and strong private ties are seen as an enemy of civic engagement. But here, my findings suggest that strong private ties enable this very effective and very fast mobilization, transmission of information, and trust necessary for financial transactions and other transactions as well. And second, this rootedness in the social nexus as a fueling source for engagement is also interesting because I think it complicates the causal relationship between national identification and civic participation. In a way, it implies that national identification does not necessarily have to precede mobilization, but it can develop as a result of participation in this collective initiatives to address traumatic realities. And now the social nexus is not, of course, a whole story because the requests for help were not random. Those who asked others directly to get involved in helping out the army or IDPs were apt to target entrepreneurs or businessmen. for a number of reasons. First, because they had the resources to help. Their schedules were much more flexible. They had some kind of passive income that could sustain them over an extended period of time. Some entrepreneurs I talked to refer to their organizational and managerial skills when talking about volunteering. They were able to ensure financial accountability, so the entrepreneurial dimension was really essential for the functioning of the voluntary movement. So these are the things that enabled this very effective mobilization to provide emergency assistance needed in the summer of 2014. But of course, the voluntary movement is not something static. It evolves, new challenges arise, new priorities. And during my field work, there was a growing consensus among volunteers that their efforts should be refocused away from providing this emergency assistance to towards revamping the state institutions in a way that would ensure their proper functioning. So that meant more political and social activism. So I used my data to estimate roughly how much political and social activity occurred as a result of people being engaged in the voluntary movement. Of course, this sample is not really representative, but I think it's indicative of some tendencies that we can be observing right now. And my data shows that about 10 to 15% of volunteers are running as candidates at the municipal elections. They heavily rely on this expanded social networks that they created over the last year. So this suggests that there is this new political leadership is on the rise, one that is very well familiarized with issues on the ground and enjoys a high level of social trust. Along with increased political participation, volunteers also have acquired ideational power, broadly understood as the capacity to generate new discourses, meanings, and policy ideas. So, for example, something that Rosaria talked about, the volontarsky descent that was created as an external body to the Ministry of Defense. A similar thing occurred in Dnipropetrovsk. There is a collective of 8 volunteers who are working on different dimensions and try to increase the responsiveness of the local government and the regional state administration towards the needs of these newly created categories of people, IDPs and demobilized soldiers. And I also wanted to point out that volunteers enrich the public understanding of this new traumatic reality occurring in Ukraine, the understanding of displacement, disability that has become much more widespread. Volunteers I spoke to often dispelled the stereotypical representations of IDPs as individuals who have no critical thinking, who are very hostile towards the idea of Ukrainian statehood, who are brainwashed. The stories of suffering, vulnerability, struggles of IDPs were reoccurring throughout my interviews. So I think volunteers are essential, again, in the reconciliation process, and it's something that something very essential. So I'd like to end my presentation saying that perhaps our discussion yesterday about the top-down model of change should be, in a way, reconsidered. I think now we have this great human capital that is very well connected to the social surrounding and everything. We are yet to see whether or not there will be a meaningful partnership created between these groups and government and state, but I think there is some hope there.
Thank you so much. Our next presentation, Yulia Shukan, Caring for Wounded Soldiers, the Sisters of Mercy in Eastern Ukraine.
Thank you. And PowerPoint is here. Thank you so much for having me. I mean, having my presentation. Yes, so I will, I will, I will try in my presentation to talk about one initiative, one type of volunteering, hospital volunteering, and my objective initially was to produce an ethnography, actually, of volunteering on the example of one group of hospital volunteering, Sister of Mercy. They act, those volunteers, in Kharkiv military hospital, and I just should say that it's part of my broader reflection on ordinary citizens, and I insist on the ordinary, actually, those who were not engaged, involved in different types of political or civic activities, and the way crises alter their perceptions, their ideas, but also their careers, actually, their life courses. And another small contextualization, it's an ethnographic research, so I usually, for the last years, for every research, I do scenes with people whom I study. So I have been working myself in the hospital with volunteers, so to get the sense, what hospital volunteering is. Kharkiv Military Hospital is recipient mainly of wounded soldiers from Luhansk region. While Luhansk, it's both for medical reasons, because the urgency, of medical treatment, and question of transportation, of course. And hospital volunteering goes back there at the hospital to May 2014. It was an initiative of two young women. One of them is Irina Chagovets, 38 years old. She was an active member of Euromaidan movement in Kharkiv, and the second one is Elena Shvitka, 42 years old. She's had a small business, and during Euromaidan she was traveling between Kharkiv and Kiev and bringing goods to Kiev Maidan. And that's why, because of those social trajectories of those two persons, the initiative, the group, has two main venues of activities. Because one venue is caring of wounded soldiers at the hospital. It's Irina mainly who is in charge of this. But the second type of activity, closely related, because sometimes it's the very same goods who are distributed and brought to the front, to the hospital also, it's supplies of goods and equipment to the war zone. It's Elena Shvitka who is actually in charge of this. So today the group has a core of 10 volunteers, mainly women, between 20 and 57 years old. I tried also to situate them socially, so I would say lower middle class, and definitely what Natalia said, professions with flexible hours, occupation with flexible hours, so to allow to combine, job, going to work, and then going to the hospital. And there is a kind of continuum of volunteering, because no fixed there is a fixed hours only for the volunteering room open in the hospital, but no fixed schedule. Everyone comes and goes depending on their possibility. Just one person who has quitted the job just to become a full-time volunteer. Turning points. What is the event that pushed them to act? Of course, for both founders, Yarina and Yelena, Euromaidan was a turning point. But for others, actually, it's war, and they were coming and joining the groups throughout summer 2014. And once there, they come 1 or 2 times, and then they actually stayed at the hospital. Because of their availability, actually, also for those kind of engagement, but also because of emotions. And that's why I use emotions as an explanatory variable also in this time of engagement. In sociology of social movements, emotions are considered like something, a weak explanatory variable. And I think in this particular type of engagement, volunteering at the hospital, I think emotions are very strong. And the emotion that brought them to the hospital, it's anxiety, actually. Anxiety because of the war, not because they're in Kharkiv and not far from the front lines, but anxiety because they were touched by ricochet, by mobilization waves. They all have a loved one, someone who has been mobilized, and that's why they came to the hospital as a kind of dealing, with this anxiety, being with soldiers, trying to, at least at the distance, but live the same things that their loved ones live. And I would say that emotions keep them going also. That's why they return to the hospital. Hospital is a temple of love, because we have love, grief, joy, we have compassion, we have affectivity, a lot of affectivity, we have also self-fulfillment and a sense of social utility. So I think emotions are a really powerful explanatory variable here also. So what are they doing at the hospital? You see two pictures. They are situated. The hospital is a military unit, so the access is restricted, and that's why my observation capacities are also limited, actually, because I come as a volunteer with them, but I'm not supposed to go to certain areas. So this technical building, and you have just one room, 20 square meters, with different scenes stored within this room. It's a kind of it's a kind of base, from base for operation. And for the activities, of course, you have fundraising through social media or personal ties. Maybe you have already seen their Facebook page. Every day they establish a list of needs, both in terms of money, medication, for example, to pay, surgery to pay, and etc., and in terms of goods they need at the hospital. And like this, they fundraise money, and also they collect goods. And by this, they are compensating actually the state incapacity. When you go to this hospital, and I went also to Dnipropetrovsk and Kharkiv hospital, and I see the difference. I would say that poverty is blatant in this hospital everywhere, and it really marks you when you come for the first time. Before, patients from outside were paying actually for surgeries, medication, etc., and now patients has changed, but there is no more money actually delivered to the hospital, and that's why money is used to buy different things, detergents, for example, for surgery room, are not sufficient in sufficient quality, and of course they pay medical equipment, medication, repair works, a lot of like the surgery room and the Department of Chirurgy, they were repaired because thanks to the funds they have collected. Another way of activity, distributing goods, and I would say that poverty, soldiers are poor also. We have some indirect indications concerning those social profiles who were mobilized, but being within the hospital, I had the impression that it was mainly people coming from rural areas. That's why, that explains poverty, and they distribute to them food, coffee, tea, but also shaving products, for example, and sometimes civilian clothes, because they don't have clothes when they are transferred from one hospital to another, or they just don't have clothes because they come in from front lines, they are wounded, and they even don't have uniforms. And they're caring, of course, of those wounded and immobilized. And I, on the PowerPoint, I've put those very typical wounds of this artillery war. I tried also to understand what does it mean being a sister of mercy at the hospital, and I would say that the social role with multiple facets. I will address just 2 points. Doctors and nurses, medical personnel. Of course, they do not have medical education, medical training. Just several of them have first aid training. But they act within the hospital, and they have the right to go to different departments, how do you call them, in the hospital? Yeah, and they're in contact both with doctors and soldiers, so they follow medical records and medical trajectories throughout the hospital of different soldiers. So to my mind, they act as doctors, and they act also as nurses, because they provide food, they bring water to those who are immobilized, they help them to change when they cannot move, etc. And they're of course caring mothers. And it's really revealing through different terms they use when they told the stories about those wounded they have cared before. They call them malchiki, our boys, and they have different stories of our boys, how their courage, how their they prove to be very courageous at the front line, how they suffered, and etc. And I think that affection is something strong, present, and affection. The relationship is much more effective. It's a function of the wound, actually. The more they are wounded, the more affection there is in this relationship between sisters and the wounded. And they have elaborated, they have crafted actually their role. It's an evolving, of course, role, and they're trying to find ways to be useful and to be a volunteer. So empathic, be positive, be cheerful. Kind of prescription to cry, but they cry actually also. You see tears, but they're supposed to hide them, you know. And I have been witnessing to several situations when they were trying to hide those emotions they experience. They also decided after a kind of common discussion, to how to deal with amputees, for example, and not to provide them a sense of inferiority. So sometimes amputated soldiers, they help them at the room. You know, it's a way to show them that they're whole, even if amputated. And maybe my last point, because I think not okay. On this point also, I think very important. Being a Marsa, they have also this idea, the will to deny the status of women. Actually, why? So to make wounded feel comfortable in situations when the very intimate questions, intimate actions with the wounded. That's why the phrase that comes very often in their discussions, and the phrase they told very often to the wounded: "We are not women, we are volunteers." So there is a denial. Well, of course they are women, and in the way they are conducting themselves, they are dressing themselves in the hospital, they are women. But there is an intentional desire to deny this dimension. And my last point, it will echo to what have been said since the beginning of the morning, and what Natalia also tries to investigate, the question of transformation. Does this kind of engagement has a transformative power on ordinary life? And of course, yes, it's disruptive of ordinary life courses. And actually, I would analyze this kind of engagement as a total engagement, a notion used for different types of humanitarian engagement and humanitarian actions. Total in the sense that it erases all other facets of the social life. And just to provide you an example, those who have husbands ended up at the hospital also volunteering. Those who have children, they bring children also, because sometimes they just do not have someone to leave the child with, and children come also. That's why everything it's around the hospital actually, and the rush to the hospital after their work. But it's this total engagement. It's time consuming. It's physically and psychologically exhausting actually, and you see it when you work with them, and that's because it's so powerful. It's so emotionally based. It's very difficult to retrieve, to quit actually this role of volunteer. Difficult role exit, as I call it. Some tried, just to stop because of personal reasons, but they returned once again to the hospital. And the very, very last point, and it will echo our discussions since the morning also. The relationship with the state, because more and more, and I've been on three occasions with the group, they have this understanding that they, of course, can deal with emergency, but they cannot deal alone with more long-term projects. And the long-term project they're about to develop is rehabilitation. They want to go to rehabilitation of soldiers. And for this project, I see a partnership that emerges between a state enterprise, the state administration of Kharkiv, and the group also. So I think, this the idea, maybe common sense that we get very, very fastly that volunteers just replace the state. It's more complex. It's a kind of partnerships also, especially when it comes to long-term projects.
Thank you so much. These are just two incredibly fascinating and rich presentations. I actually want to start just with two. I'll ask two questions, even though I'm only supposed to ask one. So I'm fascinated by the use of the word volunteer, and I know it's a word that they use that these actors use for themselves. But I'm interested in your analysis of the word volunteer and how the meaning of this word has changed over the course of events, and how flexible it is, right? I mean, can someone be a volunteer if they just go deliver some supplies? Or do you have to be a volunteer? Do you have to commit to a certain amount of time to be a volunteer, right? So what is the sort of spectrum of this concept of the volunteer? That's for both of you. And then for Yulia, I was so intrigued by this idea of emotions as an explanatory variable. And I think that's so interesting. But then I was thinking too about the milieu of the hospital in general. I mean, outside of this hospital, but just a hospital in general, and the wide variety of emotions one sees in a hospital, right? And that are the emotive affect of volunteers in any hospital, that of a mother and a caretaker, and not showing tears of pity. And in other words, I guess very specifically, how is this case typical, and how is it different from other cases? And you mentioned briefly this work in Dnipropetrovsk, and so is there a comparative element to your research? Thank you both.
Okay, so on the question on the usage of the term volunteers, it's actually very interesting, because many volunteers said that when they initially started helping out the army or IDPs, they wouldn't call themselves volunteers. The terminology was not there. They would just help. And then maybe a month or two later, the term would emerge, and they would use it to indicate any kind of engagement aimed at helping out those affected by war. But when I was present in Odessa, specifically on Odessa in the summer of 2015, there was some sort of contestation of this term. Can actually anyone be called a volunteer? Again, like, does it require a certain kind of commitment and time to carry this title, or is it anyone who helps out, let's say 1 or 2 hours a week? I think volunteers, those like total engagement that Yulia was referring to, volunteers totally engaged in volunteering, we're trying to preserve maybe a little bit this term, and cut away those who would try to maybe name themselves volunteers but wouldn't be fully engaged. So come and help once a week or twice a week, and there would be this almost a competition who can be called volunteer, like what is like the legitimacy of the usage of this term. And one time when I was conducting an interview with one of the volunteers, a potential volunteer showed up and he wanted to join, and it was a well-developed network of volunteers, and he asked what does it take to join, and they said, well, start your own volunteering network, like you just want to join when everything is already organized and ready. So there was this a contestation a little bit and competition. So I think it's something to think about, how the term evolved and how it's been contested. And because volunteering itself has been associated with a high level of social legitimacy and support, so a lot of people try to, let's say, hijack the term. So there is more attention on kind of preserving the purity of the term, if I can put it that way.
Yeah, the term of volunteer, I would refer to the group actually, the Sister of Mercy, and the way they use this term. Um, they are proud to name themselves volunteer, and they use this term of volunteering. But what I see in the practice is it's very flexible. There is no requirement in terms of presence. There are only 2 persons who are on permanent basis in this volunteering room, and all the others are moving depending on their.
So are they getting a salary? The permanent? No.
No, of course no. And the others who know, they come when they can. Those who cannot, they come just on the weekends or in the evenings, right after the job. So there is a fluidity and very flexible hours within the group. Just maybe to specify the term of total engagement. Total doesn't mean permanent in terms of time. It's more in terms of investment in what you are doing emotionally. Yes. So it's a bit different. You may just come for several hours, but being totally engaged also in this kind of activities. And concerning your question, comparison with with other hospitals, I think Kharkiv hospital is particular. If we compare it to Kiev, it's just Kharkiv and Kiev. So you have the capital, where you have a military hospital also in the middle of the city, and you have the first capital, yeah, where money there was less budget subsidies to the hospital, and so there is a difference when you go to the premises. Even if in Kharkiv also, volunteers of course made repair works, pay for medication and etc. And in comparison to Dnipropetrovsk, I was in Dnipropetrovsk in the October 2014, and as I understood, there were already many investments by the governor at that moment and the team of his advisors. And the hospital is not military initially, so they had more money and possibilities to take money from private surgery, for example. So those conditions are different, and it has also implications in terms of relationship with the soldiers. Why in Kharkiv it's so intense also? Because soldiers are not allowed to quit the territory. It's a military unit. To the point that they cannot even go out to withdraw money, for example, and it's an additional activities for sisters also. They assist them in different things they have to do outside, but they can't actually just exit. And as concerning your question, emotive effect, I think going to a hospital, see poor premises and poor people, of course it's emotively strong, affects everyone. But nobody came there, and it's war also who pushed them, to come to see and to invest in those kind of activities.
I have a question on the social background of these volunteers. In the case of Natalia, you said, well, most of them have the connection to Euromaidan, either the local one or perhaps sometimes even the Kiev one. Some. But what about before? I mean, did you find some of any of them that actually had some experience in social engagement and volunteering and civil society type of activities? And similar question for Yulia. These Sisters of Mercy, what did they do before? Is that their first experience again in getting engaged?
For most of my interviewees, it really is the first experience of civic engagement. They have no prior history. They were disinterested. They felt like they couldn't really change anything. That feeling of helplessness was present, and they would mostly focus on their private life and making sure that everything goes well with their business or their job. A few of them reported that they were active during the Orange Revolution, but really a small number. And then some of them participated in the Euromaidan, but I think what we see here is really an emergence of this new group of people who just discovered civic engagement for themselves in the midst of these very traumatic experiences and this total, like suddenly out of nowhere, this total engagement that Yulia was talking about.
Two situations. The founders of the group, one have participated in the Orange Revolution. Yelena Shvitka was very active also and living in Kiev at that time. And then, of course, when Euromaidan in Kharkiv, she was in Kharkiv, mother with a child in the little age, so she was at home and she started just commuting with her car and going from Kharkiv to Kiev. And Irina Chagovets, she her engagement dates back to Euromaidan, actually, Kharkiv Euromaidan, and it's interesting to see on their trajectories, family trajectories. She found a husband during the Euromaidan, and her husband is one of those volunteers who go to the front lines and bring, he was even affiliated to Aidar battalion, and he was bringing supplies. So her life actually, and all the facets, I told this, so different facets of her life are related, to this engagement. So it's total, not only in the sense of herself, but also all her family. Her mother also is a volunteer, and they in the beginning they were coming to the hospital together with her mother, also. And the second situation is people, women who of different age, who are totally not engaged actually before, ordinary citizens, very far from politics, sometimes no. I've asked this question, of course. Presidential elections, maybe we voted, but otherwise no. We don't know MPs. No, we don't know. So they were really, really far from politics, and actually they are still far, especially within the group. There was a debate, to go into politics or no, because there are many volunteers that go there. Yarina Chagovets has received a proposition, because there is also, this desire to use volunteers as a kind of legitimate political action and political parties. So she received an offer, accepted, and 2 days after the discussion within the group, she declined the offer, saying that they're supposed to stay apolitical, withdraw themselves from the politics, so to continue to be effective in fundraising and in providing necessary resources also. She thought that this political marker would be discrediting also her, what they're doing.
So we have a couple of questions. So, Anna. My question will be to Yulia. Rather provocative, because I compare to Russia. And I will compare your fieldwork to my fieldwork on soldiers' mothers in Russia. And what I learned from it, that there were forms of collective action more or less acceptable in a society. In the Soviet society and in post-Soviet Russia. I don't know how we can apply that to Ukraine, but let's try. What I've seen is that forms of women's action that are highly socially acceptable are those based on these caring functions. Caring, nursing, feeding, but also managing and fundraising. These are women's functions, right, in the Soviet society. So this is maybe one of the aspects you should look at. And the question would be, my question is the question of a bad sociologist, about the way this action is acceptable or not, or socially valorized or not. What about the relationship with the administration of the hospital? What about the conflicts? Where are the conflicts? Who are the bad guys in your story?
Yeah, I didn't have time to bring bad guys, but in a small story I've written just after my first long contact with them, I have evoked conflict. There is tension, a huge tension between medical personnel in the hospital and volunteers. And I think that medical personnel, especially nurses, consider them both as a source of resources. So they come to the volunteers room and they get toilet papers, they do not need detergents, and etc., etc. So it's a source of resource, and they try to establish a kind of relationship also with volunteers. But at the same time, there is a tension because volunteers accuse them of not being so totally engaged, so totally devoted, and they accuse also doctors, actually. Doctors within the hospital of being not totally devoted, of being totally disinterested in the fate of soldiers, and not giving, enough, not being at the same levels as those women volunteers. And we have also labeling in this tension, because they accuse them of being separatists. So there is a permanent tension. What I haven't, it's difficult for me. I stress this idea that I want to observe myself and not only to hear stories, because of my shaky status in the hospital. So I haven't witnessed such kind of relationship, but there is something to dig, and to go into about those tensions. And you are totally right about socially functions. Of course, it's very women carried tasks that they are doing, and but let me go further in my research, and we will discuss it together.
Jesse.
So this is fantastic, and echoing Mikhail's comment at the beginning of the last session, I kind of wish that we could just change the title. If the last one was more about mythologizing, I think this is more about state building. And if the title was like the mechanisms of state building in contemporary Ukraine, I think that this panel has actually done a very, very good job of answering the question that was put to me and Dominique at the end of the last session when we were up on stage of, so why wasn't there warlordism in Ukraine? And like this has been an hour-long answer to that question. I think that the social energies that you guys are describing is really inspiring and really kind of just useful to have on the record. I'm struck by, Charles Tilly had this insight that war making is really the engine of state building. That at the end of the day, it's only when states are existentially threatened that they can actually organize bureaucracies for taxation and conscription and all of that kind of stuff. What you guys are talking about is not conscription. You're talking about a whole bunch of different social activities that, do have a gendered component. A lot of them, I mean, you can't easily imagine men being invited to join the Sisters of Mercy. But you can imagine the existence of the Sisters of Mercy making a lot of guys feel like they should go sign up, right? And so I would be interested, as you guys, take this to like a more mature publication level, to really think about think about it explicitly as a war component story, because I think that's kind of lurking at the edges of both of your stories, but I think you could make it more explicit. I also just wanted to say that on the war component, something that occurs to me is that it's really easy to imagine people who don't want to see themselves as participants in a war, but who do want to send a bunch of foreign aid to Ukraine, kind of to help, funding any of the activities that you guys have mentioned. And it's much easier to imagine me sending it to a non-governmental organization doing the kind of activities that you guys are mentioning than sending it to help the kind of government that Anders was describing a couple days ago. And so in the contemporary international environment, it strikes me that having volunteer organizations providing the social benefits may actually be better than sending bilateral aid to a state, which may be an evolutionary thing, and it may just be a weird component of the world that we're in right now, but it certainly seems strategic and fortuitous. So anyway, thanks for the great presentation.
Do you guys want to respond to that briefly?
Just a few things on the last point you made about this relations between international organizations and voluntary networks. What I was observing is that there is a very good cooperation between the grassroots networks and international donors. For example, in Kharkiv, there is this network called the Station Kharkiv, which emerged as an information booth at the train station to help out IDPs. Something very, at first they provided very basic assistance, but then over the last year they expanded greatly. They opened up departments in other regions, and they have been able to do so with the help of international donors. So international donors really empowered them in a way, helped them to build leadership skills. And also voluntary networks have been using their connections with the international community to actually pressure government in Ukraine to be more responsive to their demands. So there is this also cycle of cooperation that's going on, because they felt that if they put forward a claim, the national government is not really responsive. But if they go through the international donors and raise their concerns there, there are higher chances of being heard. So that I found was very interesting.
Yeah, I will just to add something to what Natalia has said, because it's really interesting to think comparatively also from one type of activity to another. Of course, you can have international donors for IDPs, and you know that international organizations work, with migration flows and etc., but they don't work with hospitals, for example, and military hospitals. So I see the difference between Stanция Kharkov and Sister of Mercy, for example. Stanция Kharkov became actually the professional organization. From the grassroots organization, they became professionals also, in terms of collecting money, fundraising money, and getting grants for their different projects. Sister of Mercy is not in this case. They have not maybe rehabilitation will help them to identify a kind of niche, but it should be more violence, in dealing with violence, family violence of former combatants, etc. So they will have also, to structure their action to those international organizations and to those activities that are financed, which is not actually the case for the moment. And concerning, it's an excellent remark concerning state building, thinking how it's done from the civil society. I would say that they were, the group I'm talking, they were just more dealing with urgency and helping the state and not constructing it, not building it. Rehabilitation, I see really a difference, a move forward, towards of co-building something, co-producing something.
Let's take more questions, okay? Megan.
Hi, thank you guys so much. I've actually been looking forward to this all weekend, so I'm really excited about your presentations. And I had a question. So I was interested to hear about the connection of sort of Maidan networks developing into towards these voluntary organizations, which is something I also heard from people even in Kiev when I was there last summer doing interviews. And that I'm really, really interested in learning more about. So one of the things that I wondered, since you guys are working with local organizations, particularly in the East, is whether there is any sort of connection between the voluntary organizations that are developing at the local level, like between organizations in different places, whether that means, is there a formal network of these organizations across the country or across localities in Eastern Ukraine or whatever, whether it means, are they actively reaching out nationally? For example, when you talk about fundraising on Facebook, are they making attempts to do that? Is that mostly coming from the local community or from outside? So I guess sort of in whatever way you can think of, are there connections of these local organizations outside of the local community, or is everything happening locally?
No, I'll respond to that. I think it's both. I think a lot of the fundraising efforts happen locally, but they do reach out. For example, this, as I mentioned, some Samoborona units that were formed during Maidan, and they regionally they were diverse very often. So people would return to their hometowns, but they would still keep the connections, and they would fundraise across the regions. And they would also, what I found, because it's much further to travel, let's say from Ternopil to Luhansk or Donetsk to the ATO zone than it is to travel from Kharkiv. They would find ways to ship their goods off to Kharkiv, and then volunteers from Kharkiv would go and actually deliver the supplies. So there is a lot of cross-region cooperation happening that emerged during Maidan. And the same for, and at the level of institutionalization of these networks is really different. Some of them function as informal networks, really friendship ties that emerge out of Maidan. Some of them have become much more formal, like for example, the provision of psychological help to those that have been wounded. There are actually workshops, trainings organized for psychologists and psychiatrists who work with people who've been through traumatic experiences, and it's much more, like professionalized and institutionalized at this point.
Yeah, if I add just from the point of the group system of mercy, it's more on the level of personal ties, but it's go beyond Kharkiv, of course, because they know volunteers from different hospitals. But there is no kind of coordination or more broader cooperation or something. It's just helping each other in case a wounded, for example, transferred from one hospital to another. But there is a good coordination, and Natalia maybe knows better than me. Kharkiv Euromaidan, they remain rather active, rather connected. All of those people, and just can provide you an example. Rehabilitation Monday, I was in Kharkiv, so I saw repair work they were doing in a building where a rehabilitation center will be opened, and there were Samoborona, self-defense of Kharkiv, helping them to do so. I think it's those Euromaidan Kharkiv connections also at work.
Take a cluster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll have Boris and Rosaria and Jennifer.
Hi, a quick question to both. In terms of male and female roles, were males and females performing different roles as volunteers? And were there different psychologies behind them in terms of commitment and activity and thinking about it? Secondly, did having some sort of connection to the ATO, friends, relatives, whatever, fighting, increase the chance of a person being a volunteer? And then two very quick comments. In terms of professional and volunteer conflict, I've worked in NGOs in obscure parts of Canada, and you get them everywhere and in every place. They are universal. The only question here is it's a much higher risk element. And just a quick comment on state building. I would ask probably that we not use the term state building, but talk about nation or society building, because state building narrows it down very much, and I think we're building something else here. Thank you.
Rosaria.
Okay, I actually have a question on state building and on the long-term effects of this movement, of the volunteer movement in terms of state building. One of the arguments that was given for the short-term effects of the Maidan, why Maidan remained episodic, and I mean, the organization, so the civil society mobilization basically came back after a while, is that the core value system had not changed. Now, I know that this is a difficult question to ask. Anecdotally, I have my impression, but I'm interested in your impression. Do you think that actually these experiences of volunteers is changing also their way of kind of projecting themselves in the future and becoming politically active, not only in terms of taking an elected position? Thanks.
Jennifer.
Thank you. So I was struck by the story that you told about the woman who chose to marry someone that she met either through Maidan activities or the hospital activities. And this is actually something that I've noticed even in my own social spheres in Ukraine is happening on a pretty large scale. I have one friend that moved from a Western Oblast to Mykolaiv to marry a soldier that she met on Skype, and another one in Kiev who's been really active and has been fielding marriage proposals basically all year. And I don't know that we could call this a trend necessarily, but it's certainly larger than a blip. Right? This is a thing that is happening in a noticeable pattern. And on the one hand, we've been talking about gender a lot here, but I think that this is another register at which the embodiment of some traditional roles could be explored. I think Oksana Kis's work on that paradigmatic dichotomy between Berehenya and Barbie is really relevant here. But also, I am reminded of Jennifer Patako's work on middle-class women in Russia following sudden economic change, when the Blatt networks that they had built their relationships around, social relationships, friendships that I think were as genuine in their emotion and intimacy as relationships can be, became dysfunctional because the structures around which they were built didn't function in the same way anymore, and people felt kind of isolated. So I'm led to ask, of all of these marriages that are emerging completely intertwined with these narratives of Maidan and war, what will happen to them when the situation ultimately changes, however it changes? Because those outcomes, I think there's so many of these new partnerships being formed, might actually have society-wide effects? I don't know if that's a question that can be answered, but that hasn't stopped us before, so I don't know why I'd start now.
If you can each respond in about 2 minutes.
Maybe less than 10 minutes, because you've asked difficult questions. For traditional roles, for example, I hope Dominique will invite me next year, so I will address this question. Now, it's difficult for me. It's a new object also for me of research. I've been just to see my trajectory and how Euromaidan, it's in the kind of transition to the next session, changed my research trajectory. I've been working on parliamentary practices in Ukraine before Euromaidan, with also this ethnographic approach, but it was on elites actually. And I found myself working on ordinary people and civic engagement. So definitely traditional roles, being a woman, all those traditional tasks carrying of women, all those are there. I just need, I think, to, just to sit, to think, and then to present something more solid on this. As for value system, that are very difficult also, because I see, and that's a point maybe I've not addressed it by putting in my PowerPoint. I call it a projection into the nation. Definitely, and they told me that 2 years ago they were not wearing yellow and blue. Their loyalty, relationship to Ukraine was really weak. And it's more different kind of edification. It's more local edifications. While now they are living all the time, close to soldiers, yellow and blue everywhere, and this awareness of being Ukrainian present all the time. You've noticed, many of you have noticed on the 24th of August, the number of people who were writing, expressing publicly through networks, social networks, and on Facebook their love to Ukraine. Those people who were not thinking in those terms, and sisters are definitely in this pattern. So, in terms of political activity, I don't know. I see a defiance towards politics, and maybe also all they have, the emergencies they have been dealing with, confirms them in this kind of defiance towards the states. So I don't know. It's something moving, so I can't address it. And the final point, maybe male, female. There are women actually. There are some men coming there, and also there is a kind of very traditional distribution of roles between what a man can do at the hospital and a woman. Yeah.
Just to add a little bit more to that, on the male to female ratio and roles. When I was preparing for my field work, I thought maybe I'd interview an equal number of men and women just to know what's going on. But when I got to the field, I realized that it would actually be very unrepresentative, because there are a lot more women engaged in the voluntary movement in different capacities, but their engagement is structured along this traditional gender roles, so caring positions, something that Anna was talking about. But even women who are going to the ATO zone to deliver goods, they would kind of use their gender via there to also raise the spirits of our soldiers, to keep their mood up, to show that we care. And also cooking is a big part of the voluntary movement. Borscht, vareniki. There was one voluntary network where 3 women would get together and tour around the contact line with concerts and sing songs to, again, kind of emotionally support those soldiers on the front. And there was this very clear distinction that men are there to fight, that's their job, and we are there to support and provide for them and create conditions, comfortable conditions for them to return back and feel safe. And they would arrange this at the train station, that they would arrange kind of like shelters for soldiers where they could go and have tea, or I don't know, if they need to mend something, their uniform, women would be there, so these very traditional roles. But I think there is an interesting twist to it, because the initial engagement happened around the traditional gender roles, but then women also discovered new forms of engagement, and some of them became active politically, and some of them, they built up a lot of skills and knowledge, something that goes well beyond traditional gender roles. So we will see how that plays out in the future. So,
Great. Well, thank you so much to both of you. So even though it's late in the seminar, we still went over an hour and had a vigorous discussion, which is great.
So we
And
have
there's still no break.
we have the final panel in a minute or two. To do what? Oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah.
So I doubt that you have time to give detailed comments on any of the papers. Since you asked for the papers, maybe. Otherwise, simply many thanks for the chance to bring together past, present, and future. Not only Ukrainian analysis of Ukraine, but the study of Ukraine. And also for bringing people from different kind of disciplines. Like Jason. I know it's a lot of work, so it's fantastic to be back here and seeing some of things.
do it. Do we have a yes? All right, we need to reconvene for the last panel, please.
Nope.
We have no choice because we're 20 minutes behind.
It's mine.
J'enlève mes trucs.
You're sitting here or there. You have the choice as you are the first one. It's almost over, but it's not over yet.
You know why it's uncomfortable over there?
Why?
These seats are comfortable. That's what it is. Seats.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, Dominique's a guest. Hi, everyone. I'm going to steal your attention for about 10 seconds before this conference gets started. I wanted to let everyone know that while we are drawing this fabulous seminar to a close, there is another one coming up soon that you are free to go to. I have had the distinct pleasure of serving on the board of Soyuz for the last 2 years, which is an interdisciplinary group founded by anthropologists, but we welcome scholars working in post-socialisms across the world, across disciplinary divides, and we have a small symposium every year. It's an intimate space, very much like the one that is fostered here by Dominique and all the people that help him. It's happening this year at the University of Chicago. We are delighted to have some very generous hosts in Susan Gall and Andrew Gran. It's going to be the 11th and 12th of March 2016, and our abstract deadline is coming up on November 15th. The overarching theme is politics of difference, broadly defined. I encourage all of you to define it broadly as you see fit, submit abstracts, and come join us there. It's posted on the Center for East European, Russian, and Eurasian Studies website at the University of Chicago, various HNet networks. You can find the full call for papers, and you can email me with questions. We would love to see all of you there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We are starting now our collective therapy panel. Last year, we had a panel with journalists covering the war, covering Maidan and the war in Donbass, and reflecting on the way to work, and having this stepping back and having a look of what they have done, the condition of their work, the limits, the problems, the way to cover such events. This year we are even more ambitious. We asked Mihailo and Oleg, who were and still are as well actors and analysts of the events of the last 2 years in Ukraine, to think separately on the same topic, which was, as you can see, straddling academia and social engagement. No, it's you have no. Straddling academia and social engagement is the common part of the title, and then each one of the two presenters will present his own experience and try to think and to share with us the way they combine these two activities. Let's start with Oleg.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. Thank you for all of you who stayed to witness this presentation and participate in the discussion. I want to emphasize that I'm not presenting my research, as my research is in literary studies, mainly in Ukrainian and comparatively in Russian literature. But these are questions that I face every day when I engage in activities such as Kritika. And I can imagine that a lot of you also face these questions every day in your activities, trying to combine a certain kind of activism, in quotation marks, and your activities as scholars. What does it usually mean? This is just a photograph from the press conference of a conference organized shortly after Euromaidan, of which we were co-organizers. The name of the conference was Ukraine Thinking Together, and Timothy Snyder. No, it was in Ukrainian. That was the Ukrainian title. The English title was Ukraine Thinking Together, and it was initiated by Timothy Snyder, by the IWM in Vienna,
and also by us as local organizers. And so the idea is, or the question is, how do we as intellectuals, as scholars, contribute to the events that are going on in Ukraine, to the changes in the society? So talking in general about public engagement, we have to consider certain views that dominate the discussion. First of all, that in the academia, we still have to deal with a generally negative view of the public engagement of scholars. Secondly, often the view is that fundamental research and activism, in quotation marks, are incompatible. Furthermore, usually scholarship is limited to a certain imagined space, and so public space is not where research apparently is happening. So usually a lab, university, archive, or library are those spaces, the typical spaces. In the society, and I'm trying to include both the Western society and the Ukrainian society, there is equally also a generally negative view of the intellectual. So this is basically a heritage that we have to deal with, and I think most of us are aware of that. What does it mean? It means usually that there are stereotypes such as impracticality, nitpicking, right, inadequacy to the present needs of the society. And finally, that a certain kind of activism compromises serious research, in quotation marks. If we look at the comparison of West versus Ukraine, we see that there are progressive media in the West that try to push for more evidence-based journalism and evidence-based policymaking. So in the West, in particular, this is the Vox, for instance, or the Monkey Cage. Joshua Tucker was one of the, actually, too bad he left. He would be able to tell probably more about this. If we talk about Ukraine, we have to deal with the Soviet legacy. And I'm going to be emphasizing this later, but also a general crisis of society, state, and the academia. If we look at generally rational discussion versus policymaking, we have to understand that integration of scholarly research into a policymaking process in the West includes certain institutes such as think tanks, research facilities, policy advisors to the government, senior scholars who no longer feel threatened by engaging more publicly in this kind of activism. Public debate usually is sparked by political events, and ideally there should be a competition, or there is a competition of best known practices and outreach to the scholars by political actors. Finally, if we talk about rational debate, the idea is that reliance on research is especially important in those cases where we have a discussion of contentious and taboo issues. So in the West, generally, we can attribute kind of the support for this rational debate to the heritage of, or the legacy of Enlightenment. This is opposed in Ukraine with the Soviet legacy that is mainly emotionally that is kind of relies on emotionally driven arguments. If we look at the Ukrainian reality, we face significant obstacles for efforts to introduce rational and impartial debate of contentious issues. We also have this crisis in this Ukrainian academia, which has to do with the fact that little socially and policy relevant research is being produced. On the other hand, there's also a lack of interest from the political decision makers in such research. What is also relevant is the very structure of the mainstream media. That is the fact that most mainstream media are dominated by oligarchs, including currently by the Ukrainian President Poroshenko. And they struggle for mass audience, then later to utilize that access to the mass audience for their own political goals. Finally, the result of all of that is a strong marginalization of independent intellectual media. They are unable usually to secure long-term funding. And I speak from experience trying to fundraise for Kritika. Now, if we talk about the enduring legacy of the Soviet Union in Ukraine, some of the kind of important points in that is the perpetuation of emotional argumentation and ad hominem attacks, which are usually perceived as the standard. So no one actually questions that. Only in a very few cases, people actually question that. There is also kind of other framework situation that is going on. So first of all, a massive impoverishment of all strata of the Ukrainian society, but especially those citizens who are engaged in intellectual activity. There is also a significant reduction in the number of critical reading audience. It also has to do with a general dramatic decline in reading as activity in Ukraine. We also have to deal with the fact that the Ukrainian form of capitalism favors usually monopolies, right, and offers very little space for independent and anti-establishment initiatives, especially in the media. If we look at just recent changes, there are some positive developments, but the change is usually hesitant and slow. There's also continuous reliance on generalists, so-called experts, but usually they do not specialize in the topic of discussion, so they're usually tapped for everything. There's also a rather slow integration of policy-relevant research. Some pioneers include Kritika, but also recently Vox Ukraine and Hromadska, both radio and TV. What are the main obstacles in introducing a rational, kind of matter-of-fact debate? First of all, it's this strong sense of compartmentalization of debate. So scholars and public intellectuals, they often avoid engaging each other in the debate. What it means is usually they kind of talk past each other, not to each other. What it means is that they avoid quotation of their colleagues, they avoid confronting them in a matter-of-fact way. And the other big problem is, of course, fundraising. What happens is that external donors are more responsive to requests for support, but we have to see that over the past 4 or 5 years, external funding from EU, from US, and other organizations for Ukraine and Ukrainian civil society has actually dramatically fallen. And you can look at numbers and you will see how dramatic that fall is. Now, talking about Kritika, just kind of briefly, the journal was founded in 1997 by George Karbovich of Harvard University, Mykola Rябчук, Solomia Pavlichko, and others. And later, the editorial board joined also Yuri Andruchovich, Yurko Prochasko, Sergei Plokhy, and many others. And the idea is to model it on the New York Review of Books and Jerzy Gedroic's Kultura journal. The main goal was to counteract Soviet heritage, including institutional, and to promote rational debate, address difficult or taboo topics. What kind of discussions were held since then? And by discussion, I mean usually publication of articles that try to engage each other, right, and kind of get to the bottom of things. So discussions on national mystifications, on historical memory, Ukrainian identity, Soviet nostalgia, xenophobia, homophobia, anti-Semitism, Holodomor, Volhynian massacre of 1943, the Iran nuclear deal, decommunization, figure of Stepan Bandera, and many others. These are topics that no one else touches in Ukraine because they're considered poisonous. Now, if looking at the goals, the idea is that we need to build a movement that pushes for rational discussion and evidence-based policy making, that we need to focus our efforts on educating broad public on the value and the need for such discussion. Finally, to give voice to Ukrainian scholars in discussions concerning Ukrainian issues, to engage both foreign and domestic partners, that is, successful entrepreneurs who have not been engaged in some shady activities, in working together on developing such a society. I'm going to skip why. I think it's clear. Now, what really marks the public debate in Ukraine is underrepresentation of moderate positions that seek some sort of middle ground and social consensus on contentious issues. Furthermore, what happens very often when Western scholars participate is that they try to instrumentalize Ukrainian issues for their own agendas, and usually those agendas have very little to do with Ukraine. And finally, there is generally a very low global presence of Ukrainian scholars in debates where they actually could contribute something valuable. And so the most recent one, of course, was the nuclear debate, which we successfully organized. 2 examples. One is the Stepan Bandera discussion of 2010, and the other one is the most recent one of the decommunization debate. So in the discussion, all kind of broad views were represented. Timothy Snyder, John Paul Himka, Anatoly Rusnachenko, Andriy Portnov, and many others. however, the reaction in the Ukrainian society was negative, so it was seen as hair splitting, that little relevant, and it was also rejected on the grounds of ideology. The Ukrainian academia was energized by this discussion, and it actually provided incentives for more research and publications. Similarly, also in the Western academia of specialists, those who were actually interested in this, but also part of it rejected. And in the end, what happened also, Kritika was slammed for organizing this discussion. For instance, just like a couple of quotes, we were slammed for neutrality to fashions and genocide, for instance, or equating myth-making with academic inquiry, or defending apologetics for fascists and war criminals. And you can see what kind of discourse this engages. And finally, the kind of the last, the recent decommunization debate, and I always put it in quotation marks because the debate, I think, emphasized the need for de-Sovietization. It means like in-depth institutional change, not just the change of, kind of communist practices that were never fully realized in Ukraine. So it started with publishing an open letter of Western scholars to Poroshenko and Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada Groisman, which had a huge resonance in Ukrainian media and society, followed by outrage on the part of nationalist circles and patriotically minded scholars and activities, in response to which we invited everyone to an open debate. As a result, our website was attacked and we were shut down, basically. The Ukrainian version was incapacitated for a prolonged period of time. And what happened then, also that prominent scholars, kind of the shakers of opinion, they refused to participate in, or participated very reluctantly because they perceived this as a lose-lose situation because it was so ideologically charged. We kind of experienced a clash of two camps of scholars and activisms, both of them were characterized by basically bringing moral aspects, moral arguments, not a matter-of-fact debate of the issue. So the proponents of the law, the one camp said that the proponents of the law legitimized the activities of national organizations of the past, so OUN in particular, and downplayed their war crimes and crimes against humanity. Again, such an approach, in their view, was morally untenable. And then the second group pushed back against this interpretation and evoked also moral argumentation, saying that crimes of the communist regime in Ukraine cannot be tolerated, and Ukraine has the right to define its politics of memory. So in the end, what we witnessed is that moderate views were marginalized in this debate, even though they were also published. What happened, for instance, rejection of the law, but support for the cause itself, right? Lack of sensitivity of those in the West who are supposed to be experts on Ukraine, but don't see these complex issues. And also some other which you can see on the slide. And finally, again, Kritika was slammed for providing forum for this debate and kind of accused of both parties of those kind of antagonistic camps for favoring the views of the opposite camp, bringing, again, moral arguments. Thank you very much.
Mikhailo, please.
Yes. So, before I begin this last of the presentations, and thank you very much for staying, because I know it's been a very long, intellectually stimulating 3 days, and I want to give you a little bit of background. When I was writing my paper proposal to come to Danyliw this year, I sent it off, and then about 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later, I got an email from Dominique who says, I need a clicker, who says to me, I would need to have a Skype call, and we get on the Skype call, and within about 30 seconds, I understand that my submission has been rejected, but I want you to come anyway. And I sort of said, well, Dominique, what would you like me to talk about? And it's like, well, you've been doing all kinds of things in sort of, beyond academia and sort of social activism and that sort of thing. Why don't you talk about that? I'm like, well, lots of questions on what am I exactly doing. So I started doing an introspection of me. And so so I mean, this will actually make sense in a second, but the introspection is inspired very much by Dominique and sort of who am I? So I guess I'm an academic because I teach in sociology and I'm a former chair of the master's program in sociology. I also started something called the President's MBA at the Business School. And I also started something called the Doctoral School, which developed a new model of PhD education, and we wrote a new law on higher education. And that got me into a lot of administrative and teaching skills and teaching things, and I don't do an awful lot of research, which I'm desperately trying to get back into, and doing more writing and publishing. But then during the Maidan, I sort of positioned myself as a kind of a soldier in the information war. And many of you are sort of nodding your heads saying that, yeah, Thoughts from Kyiv was something that we read. Sometimes it was overly alarmist. I apologize for that. But nevertheless, after Maidan, something interesting happened. I became, first of all, advisor to the Minister of Education, then member of something called the National Higher Education Reform Experts Team, and that has to do with PhD reform. I'm very active in something called the Nova Krajina NGO, which I'll talk about a little bit today, and I'm a member of something called the 21 November Initiative. And also, the reason that I was interested in the IDBs is because I'm running a project at the moment for the European Investment Bank. So I guess what I'm doing is I'm kind of straddling academia and social activism. I mean, that's on the slide. That I guess that's the reason that Dominique wanted me here. But it goes deeper than that, because back on February 18th, 2014, I wrote a piece which turned out to be one of the most quoted and ended up going sort of around the world many, many times. And it ended with, "My world turned black and white today, there is no gray. Academic impartiality be damned, evil must be stopped, and God help us." Now, apparently, according to Oleg, that's an argument that comes from a legacy of the Soviet Union. I guess I've become a little bit too assimilated. So I'm not sure that non-rational argument or emotional argument is really something that is a Soviet legacy, but it is something that is definitely a trap that I fell into when I was writing, when I was extensively writing and trying to analyze what was going on around me, and being at the Maidan basically every day and trying to do dispatches from Kyiv on a regular basis. Of course, it was emotional. One of the things I'm trying to do now, in addition to this activism stuff, is trying to actually step back a little bit and gain a little bit of academic distance and try to look at what Maidan was and try to conceptualize Maidan. Now, we started, if I'm not mistaken, we started the seminar with a session on conceptualizing Maidan. So I guess it's kind of appropriate that we'll end it with an attempt at conceptualizing Maidan. And I'm currently in the middle of, I'm trying desperately to finish, amongst the other things that I do, I actually am trying to take some of the texts that I wrote in Thoughts from Kyiv and put them into a book. It turns out that writing Thoughts from Kyiv and writing a book are two different genres, so it's taking quite a little bit longer. But the concept behind the book is that Maidan was basically a three-dimensional revolution, and the three dimensions are basically a reflection of something that Hannah Arendt wrote in her book on revolutions, where revolutions are a moment of completion or adjustment of a historical trajectory, and that I interpret as being the national dimension of Maidan. It's a moment when we have a novelty of philosophical senses, which I'm interpreting as being the postmodern dimension of Maidan, and then we have a transition or inflection point for political development, and I'm calling that the bourgeois dimension. I'm going to focus on the bourgeois dimension more because I think it's something that's really relevant to political elites, and it's something that's really relevant to some concepts that we've talked about already, and I think it's very relevant to social activism, and I think that this is something that I'd want to concentrate more on. But just so that you've got an idea of what I'm talking about with reference to national dimension, so there's this wonderful, wonderful quote: "In searching for Europe, we found Ukraine," and sort of the crucial importance of symbolism, the anthem, the flag, the Cossack Sich, the inclusive patriotism or political nation and rather than ethno-nationalism. I think these are all concepts that need to be further developed. Many of you have developed them during this seminar, and I think and last year's seminars, I understand it, developed many of them as well. I'm also looking a little bit at the postmodern dimension. I published a little bit on this, and I was lucky enough to have a little article on this published. But I think that there's a lot of things that came out of Maidan which are really interesting, and they are sort of, I'm calling them postmodern because of the fact that modernity is really based on the idea of the sanctity of the individual. And the concept of dignity is very much relational. So it's kind of a collective, if you like, a collective responsibility for individual rights, which I think is an interesting idea, which feeds into something called personalism. The idea of spravedlivist, which is a concept which reflects natural justice rather than formal law, because there's a difference between zakon and pravo. And leaderless agency and depersonalized charisma, which I think is something that we really need to get our heads around, because charisma has always been a tool for leaders. Well, how do you have a charismatic idea where you have a Maidan that rejects leaders? And I think that these are all things that hopefully I'll have an opportunity to talk about at a later stage. I was planning on doing it, but my submission was rejected. So what I'll actually do is talk about a little bit about the bourgeois dimension. And what I'll talk about is Ukraine's new political elite. And just to wake you up a little bit, here's some pictures. Rostislav Pavlenko, who is now the deputy head of the presidential administration, is a former lecturer of political science at Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. Inna Suvsun is first deputy minister of education. She's a lecturer of cultural studies at Kyiv-Mohyla Academy and also the founder of the Tsedos think tank. I'm not sure that you can see them, but Rostik is born in 1976. Inna is born in 1984. Natalia Sevastyanova is born in 1986. She's the first deputy minister of justice, one of the few on these slides that has no connection to Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. But she's a former international law practice and former assistant to Mustafa Jamilov, and also a very well-known lecturer at Odessa Law Academy. Oleksiy Pavlenko, Minister of Agriculture, former CEO of two very different organizations. One is a very large agricultural concern called RISE, and the other one is the equivalent of a Best Buy, if you like, in Ukraine. It's kind of a big box retailer called Foxtrot. He's also a graduate of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. I want to point out a couple things. First of all, I'm pointing out the fact that they're all relatively young. For the position of first deputy minister and minister, those are relatively young ages. Secondly, they're all English speaking. Thirdly, they're all educated in some way in the West. They're all relatively affluent, which in Inna Suvsun, if she heard me say that, would probably say, no, I'm not, but her husband is more affluent than she is, so the family is relatively affluent. They're not the types of people that are looking for they're not living on a pension, and they don't have a problem spending a year, 2 years, 3 years living on 5,000 or 8,000 hryvnia a month, meaning they can take some time off to do some government work. And very much what they're doing is, what they're looking at very often is that their government work is kind of an extension of volunteerism, which I think is an interesting phenomenon. Another one example of that is Oleg Derevyanko, who's a former entrepreneur and investor. He's the deputy minister of education. And now I want to give you two more examples of people that don't have actually formal positions in government. One is Natalia Popovich, born in 1977, founder of the Ukraine Crisis Media Center. She's the president of something called PRP Group, and she's also the vice president of UAPR, which is the PR organization. Clearly, she's a graduate of Kyiv-Mohyla, but nevertheless, she's clearly from an affluent family. Her husband at the moment is deputy minister of health. This is a family that is extremely active at the moment in politics, and if you look at it, Natalia would never have been active in politics prior to Maidan. But at the same time, Natalia doesn't hold a specific position, and this is something that I think perhaps political scientists, and this is again a postmodern perhaps element. 4 minutes, got it. One more picture then. Valery Pekar, former entrepreneur and investor, founder of something called the Hosh Strategy Group on Maidan, member of the National Reforms Council, organizer of Nova Kraina, and co-organizer of the 21st November Initiative. Both of these people they don't hold a particular authority position, but both Valery and Natalia, and I dare say several others, have the ability to walk into any minister's office and any presidential administration office and any cabinet of ministers office, and their influence is listened to. And there is a book that describes these types of people. They're called the Flexians, and it's described by a lady by the name of Janine Vaudel, who's written a book called The Shadow Elite, How the World's New Power Brokers Undermine Democracy, Government, and the Free Market. Now, what she's doing is she's clearly looking at this as being a very negative phenomenon, but she's talking about ultra-nimble players moving seamlessly among roles in government, business, think tanks, and the media, and they move back and forth, and what they do is they very much undermine the accepted rules of the game within bureaucracies. Flexians aren't people that are violating the law by stuffing cash into a freezer or promoting their cousins. They're a professional class which obeys a new elite social code that practically requires bending old rules. Now, if you're talking about a North American environment, or if you're talking about a European environment, clearly these people would be considered to be, well, subversive. But if you have a system that needs changing, these are exactly the types of people that you need in positions of power, because the old system needs to be undermined. Interestingly enough, they band together in flexnets, close-knit networks that guard and share information. Just as Flexians cannot be reduced to mere lobbyists, neither can flexnets be reduced to interest groups, lobbies, or old boys networks, mafias, or other such groupings in society. Like interest groups, they serve a long-established function in the modern state, mediating between the official and the private. And like the mafia networks, flexnets have the tentacles in both state and private organizations. Unlike mafia, many of their activities are not secret, but open, as members of flexnets make their cases all over the airwaves. Many of these people use media very, very well and are constantly in the media. So I'll finish. Yep. At the center of a flexnet, it's not uncommon to find a university or a think tank, which I guess is not surprising that many of these people are somehow related to Mohila. Finally, FlexNet opinion leaders. I won't have time to go through all of these people, but I think it's a very interesting organization. If you have a chance to look at it, 2111.org, UA. You see a businessman on your right by the name of Evgeny Utkin. You see Vlad Troitsky, who's the organizer of Gogolfest. You see Alexander Starodubtsev, who is now responsible for creating a system of electronic commerce for the government. Interestingly enough, each of these people holds some very specific values and views on economics and politics. Many of them were very much involved in the Automaidan. Automaidan was not a poor man's protest movement. It was about people driving around in Lexuses and Mercedes and Porsches and protesting. And that's not only Lexuses and Mercedes, clearly Fords and Volkswagens as well. But the point is that this was very much a phenomenon that was middle to upper class. If we look at the revolution and the people that came into power, or at least to influence after the Maidan, we see very much sort of an anti-neo-feudal meritocracy being pushed through, rather than a sort of an ascriptive hierarchy kind of value. Very suspicious of the state. Let's put it this way: Anders Aslund in this group of people is taken very well. This is something that's this is a group that interestingly enough, when I'm going, sorry for this short anecdote. Next week, when I go back to Ukraine, I'm actually a moderator at an evening where the vice president of something called the Objectivist Institute, which is the Ayn Rand Institute, is coming to Ukraine. It turns out that there was a letter from the presidential administration because Petro Poroshenko definitely wants to meet with this person because Ayn Rand is one of his heroes. Gives you a good example of what we're talking about in terms of bourgeois values. I'm finishing. Yeah. Last thing. Bourgeois dream and flexiums that subvert the hydra to the old system and replace an old corrupt networks with new professional ones. I think you can probably read that. So thank you, and I have a feeling I may have sparked a little bit of discussion.
Thank you, Mihailo. Let me be provocative, Mihailo, but I know I can't help myself. Who is the author of your book? The sociologist, the social activist, the expert, the member of government, the friend of all these people?
If I say the Flexian, am I okay with that?
No, no, you have to elaborate a little bit more.
Well, I think that was the I think that was the goal of what I was trying to get across. That that I guess bridging academia and social activism, very often traditional roles become much more the boundaries between them become blurred. So I am trying to get back to being in academia. Who's the author? I think it's, partially what I'm trying to do is I'm basing myself on I think I discussed this with you, but I'm basing myself on Timothy Garton-Ash, where half of his book on the Polish Revolution is sort of a participant observer's kind of account, and the other half is an academic analysis. And I guess that's going to be the format.
All right. Going back to your blog posts, how were they received in the academic and non-academic community? Do you know something about that? I'll tell you later. And how were they received by the Ukrainian and the non-Ukrainian audience? Maybe this you can know.
Well, I think that there was very much a dearth of information coming out of Ukraine at the time of Maidan, and as Oleg said very cogently, I think that many of the Western press that came into Ukraine at the time were first of all parachuted in either from Moscow or from another region, and very often they didn't have they tried to interpret what was going on in the streets through lenses that were available to them. So there was a lens that was available of a nationalist coup or a fascist coup. So I guess that's what much of that was coming through, and I think that well, hopefully we tried to. I'm not going to say it's just me, because I think there was an awful lot of people who were involved in trying to get a different story out of Maidan. And by the way, Natalia Popovich is one of them. I think she did a fantastic job, and she's one of the people that organized just recently in Putin's speech during Putin's speech at the United Nations. She was the one that came up with the idea of bringing the flag from Ilovaisk and doing a demonstration, which got quite a bit of coverage. So I think that this is very much a grassroots effort, and a lot of people do what they can, which is what the Maidan story is all about.
Oleg, there was a contrast between your two presentations. In Mikhailo's presentation, we had the feeling that Maidan was a kind of extremely important moment from an intellectual point of view, when the researchers was 100% mobilized and the citizen was 100% mobilized. And in your presentation, we have this feeling of continuity of problems in the Ukrainian academia, in which Maidan actually disappears. Is it just the presentation, or how was it experienced on an everyday basis in Kritika?
So I just would like to respond to maybe 2 points from Mikhailo's presentation. One is the emotional aspect. Of course, emotion is important. I didn't try to downplay emotion. What I'm trying to point out is that for policy making, evidence-based approach and a rational approach is a better one, and that's my belief. Why? Because it allows you to analyze the situation, actually make a rational decision rather than just emotional decision. Of course, for mobilizing masses, when, as you put it, evil was committed to defend itself, to defend themselves, of course, emotional appeals are very effective, and of course, they should be used by all means if that's the case. But if we then return to state building, we cannot do without a rational debate and kind of this, evidence-based approach. That's one. Number two, I think there is a gradation in kind of what Mikhailo was speaking about and what I'm talking about in terms of combining scholarly activity and activism. I believe that we never stop being scholars, no matter what we do. But what we do changes. And the question is, can you do activism and do research and scholarship at the same time? And that's exactly the kind of that straddling, so it's trying to sit on both chairs, right? Mm-hmm. But I believe that when Mikhailo started doing all the activism, he probably stopped doing some of the scholarship that he would have done otherwise. What I'm trying to talk about is how can we remain scholars and still engage ourselves, engage in some positive way in that debate that is going on.
So what happened in Kritika during Maidan?
So the editorial board basically left and went out on Maidan. That's what happened. We have a significant delay right now in publication of the journal, primarily because for a few months we're there, and whenever there were calls for support to come out, everyone just left everything, dropped everything, and went there. We participated in all the media efforts. We participated in trying to kind of put out this voice of the Ukrainian intellectuals outside of Ukraine and kind of represent what's going on there from the intellectual perspective, the perspective of scholars. But the continuity remains, and I try to point out that there is a slight change in the approach, but it's very hesitant and very slow. So, and what I mean is the conceptualization itself of the Ukrainian situation, of the Ukrainian project, what we call, so the Ukrainian state as a liberal democracy, as a society that offers participation and realization to all the different groups, a society that is not a clerical society, right? So kind of
see right now a growing back together of church and the state, and many, many other things. So this kind of this radicalization, militarization of the society, this nativist tendencies that we saw before Euromaidan surprisingly are back, and surprisingly they are as strong or maybe even stronger than before. And it is precisely the reason why today, more than ever, we do need a rational debate.
Thank you. Let's take questions. Oh. And I lost my pen. Thanks. All right, who was the first? Please, Olena.
Thank you very much. I have a question to Mihaela. To what extent this new elites open to people and ideas coming not from Kyiv Mahila Academy Circle? And I will explain where my question is coming from, because I had 2 attempts in 2005 and 2015, which is now, to bring some ideas to integrate into this circle, and I found some people are very territorial. It's really difficult to get integrated. I was in 2005 returning scholar in Kyiv Mahila Academy together with Sergei Kudela, and I don't think anyone noticed that we were there. We spent, I don't know, 3-4 months, and we moved on. So, and also comment that Ukrainian academy is not only Naukma or Kharkiv or Lviv, and we need to think about regional universities as well. And what I find in the conversation, there is a strict divide. What is interesting to regional universities already not of any interest to Kyiv, and I find it really, really sad. And also here I had a conversation with the selection committee when I was arguing why I can see some co-authors presenting together when my co-author, who's based in Ukraine, couldn't attend this event. So I think we need to be active not only in our words and slogans, but also in our actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to respond?
Well, I will say that there is a friend of mine who's now at Polytechnic University, is a sociologist who likes to call the current regime, or what happened after Maidan, Переворот Mohilanki, or Mohilansky Переворот. So I guess it would be Mohila coup d'état. So there is a point to be made there, I guess. And the fact is that there is a disproportionate number of people that have influence that are representatives of one university, and maybe that's not such a good thing. With respect to some of the other things that have been said, I think that I do want to respond to one thing that Oleg said, and that is with respect to intellectual debates and rational intellectual debates and that sort of thing. The decommunization thing, I know of many people that have looked at it and said it's a tempest in a teapot, and it's a scenario of, I think that's a third group on the slide, that it's not really something that there are much bigger priorities. And I think that that's part of the problem, that these Flexian elites have the ability to set agendas. And if they believe that something is a tempest in the teapot, if you are not part of that internal network, you don't have the ability to influence the agenda as much as you'd like. And I think that's part of the point that you're making. It's a downside to it, of course.
If I may just really briefly, I think that the regional universities in particular are the key today. And I know this from our activities in social media, but also we tried, when we got a small grant to actually take discussions on intellectual issues to Odessa, other cities in the regions. And we discovered that there is a huge thirst for intellectual sustenance. People actually are really, they're looking for this. A lot of them don't have access. That's for many reasons. The other part is that they are so overworked usually. They have very little time to just think or write. And so these kind of windows, give them some air to breathe in a way. And so I really kind of support your argument for integrating them more and giving them more opportunities. In terms of kind of the setting agenda and everything, currently scholars in Ukraine or public figures in Ukraine are largely not the people who set any kind of agendas. They have huge difficulties getting through to the political decision makers. It's almost impossible actually to invite someone, and we tried it several times with several
major figures in Ukrainian politics that are active today to do that, and they are just not interested as long as it does not serve their interests. And it's very difficult to mobilize a kind of policy making and discussion with them that will be productive.
Thank you. Christopher, please.
Do I need to stand up? So I'm uncomfortable with the
That's because the chair is hard.
the decarbonization, the characterization of the decarbonization debate. I mean, you're saying that Ukraine, one of the Soviet legacies in Ukraine is ad hominem attacks. And to be honest, when you try to ascribe an ideology to Western critics of decarbonization, on the one hand, but also kind of put in scare quotes experts in the area, are you not in danger of engaging in a form of ad hominem attack yourself, firstly? And that was my kind of problem with some of the texts in Kritika, that you've taken a similar position to Andriy Botnov and Volodymyr Kulik, and I kind of found their text to be just as emotional or moral, using moral arguments as my own moral arguments in my own text. So that's one thing. And with decriminalization as well, what impact did that debate have? The laws were passed, and we had a vague promise of amendments to Law 25381, but with no developments, as far as I know.
Thank you very much for it's a great question. Yes, absolutely. The question is always like, what is our decision in such situations? Do we completely shut down the debate, or do we try to make the best out of the possible material? We have worked very hard with all authors, appealing to them and kind of editing and suggesting changes to them in terms of removing the emotional aspects. I'm sure that if you wanted to find more emotional aspects in them, it would be possible, absolutely. But I think the goal and the formulated demand from us was to abstain for any kind of emotional argumentation, and I think that most authors actually complied with it very well. I think that the debate maybe it did not affect the kind of impact that we're seeking, and that's would have been like a more maybe deeper changes to the laws themselves. But I think that the fact that the debate did take place opened up the possibility for a lot of people to think about these issues differently and to actually say we need more fundamental change on the level of institutions, so kind of deconstructing, dismantling the Soviet institutions in Ukraine rather than just replacing the names of the streets and certain monuments, which of course is important, but it's not primary.
Boris, please.
Thank you. Oleg, a short question to you with a little comment. What's your problem, bud? When I look at what you had on that slide, on your slides, I can take that, replace Ukraine with Canada or the United States, change a few names, and there's no difference. In Canada, we just got rid of a government that did its best to destroy the ability to conduct evidence-based government. They're quite successful at it. We can talk about the firing of the director of the National War Museum over exhibits. We see the same in the States over the Enola Gay exhibit. The Center for Disease Control is forbidden by law to research gun use and gun violence and its effects. And even this seminar, and even Dominique and Mr. Danyliw have been attacked, and I can say in truly vicious, personalized terms, in print and in person, over what's done here and what's said here. In other words, you wanted to be part of the West, you are welcome.
Good news.
I like your approach, of course. And so two things. One, if your neighbor burnt the house of your neighbor, does that give you the right to do the same? No, it doesn't. So if something is not right in a particular country, it doesn't mean that it's so you know what I mean. So this is the same kind of legitimization that we have seen actually on the Russian side. When the Russian aggression happened, they said, well, United States, what right do you have to accuse us of it? You have done the same. And the answer to this, and the only, in my view, correct answer is,
no one has the right to do these things, and we have to condemn them no matter what. And so exactly in the same situation, of course, and that's why I try to put up the example of the West to point out that, of course, the situation is not ideal anywhere, but nonetheless, we have to strive towards a certain standard and strive towards, a certain framework for the debate. And in the West, given the institutional framework, given the heritage and the legacies that are available, it's easier to do. And the extent of other kind of influences is not as deep on the state itself and the society itself as in Ukraine, where this kind of the legacy of the Soviet Union is very strong, and the experience of the civil society is very, very fresh.
I will take Jennifer's question and ask all those who had questions to raise their hands again, because I didn't have a chance to write them down. And okay.
Thank you. I have so much to say about this topic, but I'm going to limit myself at the moment to something that I think is very important to this good discussion of academics / anything else that we are that wasn't raised necessarily, and it's one that definitely affects my position very much as a junior scholar, and that's our position within the institutions where we exist. And I've not talked about this very much because it's a contentious issue, and I'm going to speak about briefly about a personal experience in very general terms, but I produced academic writing about Euromaidan that was censored by my university and was removed from university servers and web pages, and the leadership of my university decided that I was in danger. That I was told that not my assessment of my safety, but a regional expert's assessment of my safety would have to be trusted, to which I was like, that's me. And it was a contentious issue because there was this question of representation in a professional institutional sense, like to what degree do I, as someone acting independently from Maidan, represent myself? To what degree do I represent my institution? What are the risks that the institution perceives based on my actions and how they perceive that link between us differently? And I don't think that we as scholars have a right to a platform or a voice or a soapbox of any kind. I mean, we aim for that and strive for that, but we're not special. It's not owed to us in any way. Yet the altering of the platforms that are available for the specific purpose of controlling what content goes out is something that our institutions are capable of doing. So I don't have a there. This is still something that I'm kind of working through personally and professionally and intellectually, but I think that is something that has to be kept in mind, and not just in a, oh gosh, there's a lot of contingent faculty these days, power structure kind of way. Like, we really have to understand what institutions have at stake and how those risks, the risk environment that they're in, can affect the risk environment that we're in as well.
Jennifer?
I will collect before the 3 questions
Can
we
I just
have,
make a
and
comment?
then
Come to Ukraine. Come to Ukraine. There's a lot more academic freedom there. Honestly. Your institution will never tell you don't go to Maidan.
Margarita, Jessica, and Amandine. You have the mic there.
First, just a clarification. When Ole said or asked whether it is possible to be an academic, to do academic research and be an activist, I think those 2 things are possible. What is not possible is to do academic research, be an activist, teach 20 hours per week, and have an administrative load of another 15 hours. But my question is to Ole again. Your presentation was both hope-inspiring and very saddening. Hope-inspiring in the sense of what a small organization can do to really change the context and the parameters of the debate, but saddening in the sense that so many people see it as a lose-lose proposition to engage deeply in a debate, and also saddening in terms of what are the limits for the engagement and the support of other partners in Ukraine and outside. So my question is, to which of these new types of groupings do you think, can find it a possible alternative to support engagements like this?
Can you please give the microphone to Jessica?
Thank you very much for your presentations. There's so much rich material there on the role of the intellectual in the nation. But I do think that Kritika is specific. You can't just change out the names because, as Oleg pointed out, there's a genealogy behind the journal. It takes years and years to build a journal. And you mentioned Jerzy Giedrich, Kultura, and New York Review of Books as being platforms for which the rhetoric and the venue of Kritika has developed. And Giedrich had a lot to say about the role of the intellectual in the solidarity movement and linkages with everyday workers and labor unions. And I'm wondering if that history can serve maybe some kind of platform for a solution or for extending the identity, the media identity of the journal in the face of like proliferation of information that may not have that rich root and history. So.
Thank you. Amandine, please. There.
Thank you. I just want maybe to make a comment to change a little bit the terms of the debate. Because the question was straddling academia and social engagement, and we're talking up to now about policy making. And in fact, well, we're talking about power. Social engagement is maybe not only influencing policy making, it may also be something about the empowerment of NGOs, the empowerment of different associations in civil society, empowerment of state institutions that are working with different groups. And I would also change the terms of the debate, saying that, well, you're talking about is it possible to? I think that in some cases, it's not only a possibility, but an obligation, especially when there's something especially serious happening. I don't want to talk too much about it, but you cannot be an expert on Russia and see what's happening in Chechnya in 1909 and the fact that there's a whole population being exterminated and not say anything if you pretend to be an expert on Russia. So I think in some cases it is an obligation, first as an expert, but also to shift the way the questions are asked and the way the questions are on a broader arena, the questions are asked and formulated. And then I think that you must stay an academic all the time. I mean, you must anyway, whether it's you are acting as a social activist or as in an academic field, you must respect the rules of the game of the academic world. And that means especially using arguments based on sources that you can make public to let the others well, contest your own argument or your own engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you take each one of you 1 or 2 minutes to respond to all those remarks?
So thank you so much for your questions, and thank you also for support. I think I'm just going to try to respond to kind of some of the issues. Of course, I can sweep the floor very well, but I think I might be better equipped to actually make some educated statements. So I feel this is also about effectiveness. You know, what I mean by that is that, of course, you know, we don't have to always kind of direct our efforts at power or discourse formation, but given the intellectual ability and the kind of the training, I think we're better equipped to, you know, to emphasize certain issues and to bring them out when we see that this is what the situation needs. And of course, you're right when you say that this is an obligation rather than just a choice. So I totally agree. What I'm trying to point out is that, of course, we all have participated in kind of activism that is kind of more grassroots. And the example of Kritika's editorial office dropping everything and going to the Maidan is standing there in the freeze, protecting those kids who were dancing there and kind of, you know, trying to protect them, shield them from violence. We all did it. But what is more effective? Of course, that was necessary at the time, and so we did it. But what is more effective? You know, maybe it was more effective to spend that time and try to reach out with a certain message to the rest of the world that we are able to formulate, but those kids are not. So this is always kind of a strategic decision that we have to make. And, you know, given the training, the abilities, I think, you know, maybe it's better to make one decision over the other. But speaking about the, you know, which of the groups can be, to Margarita's question, which of the groups can be kind of tapped into, you know, getting more support for this kind of activities, what I'm trying really to kind of to talk about some very basic issues in Ukraine because no one for some reason talks about them. We have very few really intellectuals in Ukraine. There is a lot of intelligentsia, there's a lot of people who are educated, but people of intellectual kind of mind that dedicate themselves to that kind of activity, to questioning and critically thinking, are very, very few in Ukraine. And that also has to do then with the problem that we're facing, that kind of the need for rational debate is just not, rational discussion is not perceived, in the Ukrainian society, and that's a huge problem. At least in the West, we understand that we need that kind of debate. Talking about cultura and kind of connecting to other strata of society, of course it's very necessary, but what we are trying to do is to kind of avoid this missionary self-positioning. We are not here to enlighten people, and I think that it would be wrong to position ourselves in that way. We are trying to create meaning and to create contexts that can be used meaningfully by those people to conceptualize their own reality in which they exist. And I think we've been very successful at that, and I think that's part of critical success. Unfortunately, not too many people see it because they are concerned with other issues. If I talk to a businessman in Ukraine, the first question is, what do I get out of it immediately? Kind of, what are the long-term benefits for Ukraine as a state, for society, are really secondary concerns to them. And so it's very difficult to get money for it. It's easy to get money for, orphanages and medication and for hospitals. And I understand that those are tangible goals, right? But try and get money for intellectual debate and try putting it that way, right? So there's gonna be a strong pushback.
Mikhailo, you have the final word.
Oh. Okay. Well, let me first of all disagree with Oleg, because I think that there's an inherent problem between two sentences that were said basically side by side. There are a few intellectuals in Ukraine. Period. We are not here to enlighten. Well, how can you put those two together? I'm not sure. You're very Orientalist, quite frankly, in that kind of an attitude. There are a lot of intellectuals in Ukraine. And there is definitely an issue with financing intellectuals and financing the activities of intellectuals. And that means that very often intellectuals and academics, I dare say, because I think there is a differentiation between an intellectual and an academic, need to find some pretty creative ways of financing their existence. And that has created, I think that was the point that I was trying to get at, is that has created a group of people that very often are quasi-academics, quasi-intellectuals, quasi-business people, quasi-this, quasi-that. I'm calling them Flexians based on what Adele is her work is. And I think that's actually a very good positioning. And I'm not sure that I agree that you have to choose to be an academic first, or that you have to be an academic. Once an academic, you must always be an academic, because there are rules of the game. I think that this is the idea that you flex and you change depending on the particular opportunity to do good. Finally, I think that one of the things that I do want to come back to, one of the questions that was asked, and that is that, or a statement that was made actually by Boris. I'm not sure that what we are involved with in what we see happening in Ukraine is limited only to state building. I think there is an element of society building going on. Now, the problem is that the term society then needs to be broken down and defined, and what are we talking about? But the point is that it's multidimensional, and I think that there is a very strong role to be played for people that are that have the ability and have the desire to volunteer, to do things that are activist, and bring to the table some human capital, which I think is really the way to straddle academia and activism.
Thank you, Mikhailo, and thank you both. This was an absolutely brilliant discussion. We couldn't imagine a better way to end this seminar, but still, someone has things to say.
Final word. The final word.
Yeah, well, won't be substantive, but more like a. Well, thanks to all for a wonderful seminar. Thanks to our funder, of course, Mr. Danyliw. Thanks to my extraordinary student staff and Claudia, Where's Claudia? She's so extraordinary that okay, she's in the back. Thanks to our extraordinary video team and AV here at the command, and LV at the YouTube and Facebook table, and also to ourselves, the selection committee. Actually, Anna had the last word to say about the.
Yeah, a last word to say. I don't know if you had a chance to follow the wonderful blog, mostly written by Jennifer and Oleg on Critica. I think the seminar doesn't stop now. The blog posts are following the different presentations and discussion, but you have a chance to comment and to go on and to go in depth and to put your disagreements there and references there. So please let's try to continue this discussion, because always when the seminar is finished you have this one last brilliant remark you didn't have a chance to ask, so put it there, and it can last the whole year before the next seminar.
For the next one. Thank you. Thanks to all.